No.
I don't even know how to start this. It's been a while. Last one we did was for the Fallout show, and the one before that was. Did we cover Star Wars last on Stag?
Mhm.
I feel like
I
it
believe so.
was. I feel like it was a Star Wars video. Hmm. But
I'm pretty
anyways,
sure.
huh?
As I say, I'm pretty sure it was.
Ah. But anyways, yeah. I've been wanting to do another Stag for like a month and a half now, and it just when it came to start the stream, I just wasn't feeling it. I don't know why exactly, but sometimes you just get in a weird kind of mood, weird funk, whatever. And yeah, just wasn't feeling it. But I had heard about this GDC presentation from one of Bethesda's quest designers, and Patrician covered it, and people shared that stream with me. I have not watched it, but it is 7 hours long, and I don't know how long it's going to take us to get through this because this presentation is an hour long. Um, I am putting somewhat of a loose cap of 4 hours on this, plus or minus a half hour, depending on how we're feeling. If we don't finish this today, we will be coming back to it because I think this presentation. I haven't seen anything of it yet, but I think it could be very interesting. Seeing what their process is for making quests in Bethesda games. The unfortunate downside is that this is from Skyrim to Starfield, and I would have liked to have gone farther back. I would have liked to see, Fallout 3, Oblivion, Morrowind, but I guess this guy just wasn't there that long.
Yeah,
But that said, Skyrim to Starfield is going to be an interesting journey because, I mean, the three of us on stream agree that Skyrim is pretty dog shit. It is not great in many, 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 many ways. Um, but it is still leagues better than Starfield. And it's going to be interesting to see what the decline was like over time, I suppose,
absolutely. And I'm also curious because, again, since it's quest design and level design, it's just, man, that is something that neither game does particularly well. In fact, I'd say neither game does even remotely good. It's just like, man, it would be fascinating to hear how they go about this because we already heard some damning information from Emil himself when he talked about doing the stories and everything like that, and how everybody could be the lead quest designer. Anybody in the office had an idea, they were the lead quest designer for that quest, and it was like that was a terrible idea.
Well, to be kind of fair to ML, he didn't say the word lead quest designer. It was more so just, oh yeah, everyone can be a quest designer. If you're a level designer and you have an idea for a quest, you can put that forward and have it put into the game. And so I just want to distinguish because lead quest designer implies like not just for a side quest, but for the overall bulk of the content, It's like, oh,
Fair
this
enough.
guy is the lead quest designer for the Dark Brotherhood or for the Minutemen or,
Yeah, yeah.
Mm. True, but he did also say that effort is a dirty word at Bethesda, so.
Well, I guess again to be super pedantic and specific on this, because I've said he said the same thing as well.
Yeah,
but,
I don't.
He doesn't actually say those exact words. He just says
It's very much
that,
implied, though. That's
yeah,
kind of
it's
the problem.
heavily implied.
The words he specifically says is that originally they used to make design documents to keep everyone on the same page, but then they realized that things changed during development, so it wasn't worth the effort to do that anymore. And that's not a good that's no wonder nothing is fucking cohesive in your worlds. Holy shit. Nobody's on the same page anymore.
Well, the shocking thing is, the Fallout show is just as, like, inconsistent with itself as the rest of Bethesda's product, so you can't even blame it on game design documents at that point. It's just people doing whatever.
Yep.
Like, there's times where I'm writing into the script for the breakdown video, which isn't quite done yet, the scripting stage, but there's times where I'm writing into the script events that happen, and I'm just kind of dumbstruck at times of, like, wow, they actually wrote that and put that into the show. They didn't consider that to be an issue. That is shocking. $10 from Irish John. Thank you. Crazy to think how one of these games is still remembered, and the next was almost immediately forgotten. Yeah, yeah, it has been interesting seeing the decline of Bethesda over the past over a decade now. Because it can't be denied that Skyrim was incredibly successful, as bad as that game is. But then Fallout 4 came out, and it was very successful too, but it never got the same kind of attention or, I guess, even support from Bethesda, where we've had Skyrim released and re-released so many times that it's a giant joke. Even Bethesda made a joke about themselves releasing it on Alexa or whatever.
On a fridge. That was their big thing. It was on a fridge.
Yeah, there's a fridge and Alexa. And it's like...
you got attacked by the ice machine.
Yeah. And Fallout 4 never got that. It never got, like, re-released and re-released and re-released. I think they did get VR, but as far as I know, that largely went under the radar. Because I've barely ever seen anyone refer to that. Well, to be fair, I've barely seen people refer to Skyrim VR as well. But... yeah, like... it just didn't seem to get that much attention, and the general reception of it was definitely lower than there was for Skyrim from, you know, general audiences, general public. And I noticed there's much more people willing to say, yeah, the story isn't good, but I still like it for Fallout 4, as opposed to, no, it's just outright a good game, which is what a lot of people say about Skyrim, because a lot of people really like it, even though it's awful.
Yeah.
Then there was Fallout 76, obviously, which was a fucking disaster, and as far as I know, still is. Patrician did his videos, what was that, a year or two ago, and the game was still abysmal.
Yep.
And, I do see posts about it on Twitter from time to time, but besides that, I really don't see too many people talking about it. And of course, the ones on Twitter are the same kind of posts that you see about The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker, where it's just people coping that, oh hey, this thing is definitely great, guys. Oh my god, that scene where they blew up the lightsaber in The Last Jedi is amazing. It's like, yeah, okay, I'm sure you totally believe that. Keep telling yourself that. It's very much the same energy with Fallout 76. And with Starfield, it was just... it fucking crashed and burned.
Yep.
Fucking spectacularly.
That was probably the fastest honeymoon period I have ever seen in a game, ever.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see how that all went, because, oh my god. I do genuinely think the only thing that saved Bethesda was that they were bought out by Microsoft. If Starfield crashed and burned like that under Bethesda's own weight, with nothing else to support them, we might actually be looking at them being in a very bad position right now, and maybe even considering selling off lesser IPs or studios that they own, you know?
Yeah. I mean, Microsoft already, for how bad Starfield did, Microsoft
Yeah.
already closed multiple studios
Yeah.
to compensate.
Yeah, were those all studios under Bethesda?
I don't know if every single one of them was. I know most of them were. See.
Yeah. So, should we get into it
Yep.
then?
4 Bethesda gaming studios. Yep. They were all under Bethesda.
Nice. I mean, not nice. I don't like hearing that people lost their jobs. But at least I guess it was Bethesda studios and not like other unrelated studios that got shit canned because of Bethesda's failure, you know?
Yeah, imagine being an unrelated studio and then Microsoft buys Bethesda and then like a year later you're getting your entire studio gets shut down because of these fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would just be mad fuck.
Yeah, people in chat are saying we lost Tango Games. They killed the studio that made Hi-Fi Rush, and that was a Ghost Drop banger. Never played it, but I have heard that a lot of people really like that game.
I'm terrible at it, but it was a really, really good game. I needed the little rhythm things on screen, and even with them on screen, like my brain had a tough time keeping the beat while also having to move around and do everything else at the same time.
I want people to lose their jobs, though. Chaos reigns supreme!
Let chaos take the world!
I mean, there are definitely some people who should lose their jobs. What I'm getting at is not small studios that are unrelated generally to Bethesda and their failures.
Yeah, I want Bethesda to start losing jobs. I don't want...
I just want the people making decisions to be changed out. I'm sure, like, a lot of the people lower on the totem pole that do, like, the coding and the modeling and stuff, they're probably fine. They probably need a bit more direction so they don't make a cube with 30,000 triangles, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Well, Bethesda Games unionized a week ago. Oh boy.
Oh, that'll be fun for them.
But anyways, should we get to it?
Sure, how bad can it be?
Well, I mean, it could be good. He could have genuinely, like, interesting things to say. Who knows how this could go. I have heard that it starts off decent and gets worse towards the end. Or, like, as you go through.
Oh boy.
Which actually kind of makes sense because we're going from Skyrim to Starfield, so it's going to be Skyrim, then Fallout 4, then Fallout 76, and Starfield. So that actually makes sense. That tracks.
Yeah.
Hopefully that isn't too loud, chat.
Welcome everyone to Level and Quest Design collaboration from Skyrim to Starfield. We're going to be talking about the ways that different areas of design can work together. Your own studio might divide up work very differently. You might have a narrative department. Quest Design might do something very differently from level design. Level design might be doing more quest design. Everyone does it a little bit differently. But as long as your studio has 2 or more designers, this talk will have something for you. So I'm Will Shen. I'm the lead content designer for Something Wicked Games. We are a startup with veterans and leadership from Bethesda Game Studios and Obsidian Entertainment. Prior to Something Wicked Games, I was a design director at Bethesda Game Studios. I came up primarily in the quest design department, and by the time I was leaving Bethesda Game Studios, I was working with the next generation of design leadership there with lead systems, quest, and level reporting up to me.
So, I'm just trying to think on what I can even say about that, because it's just general introduction.
Yeah.
Because something that
And
came into...
basically,
Hmm?
I was just gonna say, and he's basically just laying out the why he has expertise in this particular field. Basically, he's putting out a pseudo resume to be like, this is why I'm qualified to talk about this in this area, so to speak.
It doesn't come across that way to me. It just comes across to me as, this is my experience, and this is what I'm going to be talking about today.
That's what I mean. That's
yeah.
exactly what I'm saying.
Well, okay, yeah. I will say, when he said that he's like the lead quest designer for a lot of these games, I'm just thinking, oh, so you're the one responsible for some of those choices.
Yeah. That's going to be a bit rough on some of these.
Yeah.
There's a lot of these where it's like that you made some really bad decisions.
Well, we don't know which decisions were necessarily his or not either as well. Because, again, as much as I have problems with Skyrim, it's not a good game. There are some interesting things that are done in there, and even some amusing things. It's like, okay, yeah, I like that. Like, that one quest where you get drunk and you have to, like, go on a journey retracing your steps, and one of the steps is you fucking married, that one of the hag ravens. It's just ugly creature. And she's just like, oh, you're back. It's time to consummate the marriage. It's like, oh my god, this is horrifying. Have any of you guys played Fallout London? I have not.
Nope, I have not.
I've heard it is a bitch to get running.
And hey everybody, I'm Darrell Brigner, World Director and one of the co-founders of Soft Rains. We're a small studio of 15 right now, coming from places like Riot.
I just want to point out the funny thing here is that it's two people that are no longer with. Oh, I don't know if he was ever with Bethesda, but I'm assuming so. But it's two people no longer with Bethesda that are going to be talking about Bethesda's level and quest design. I expected one of them would be like, and I'm currently working at Bethesda sort of thing, Not we're from two different companies.
That depends, because I have heard that Bethesda generally tries to keep a pretty tight leash on their developers, where they don't want too much getting out about what their processes are and stuff, from what it seems.
We're here to leak all their secrets.
Yeah. We're here to reveal that it's all rancid from the inside out.
Well, it's probably not that intent, but what I'm getting at is their NDAs might be up or something, I would assume they would last a little bit longer than a year or two after they leave, but you never know how those contracts go. Or maybe they are, but they're just talking about what they can without breaking NDA. And because they don't work for Bethesda anymore, there's no actual direct risk to them.
Yeah. Let's see. Croce says, maybe these guys were fired for heretical effort.
What's that? You added an optional path to the quest that players might enjoy? You're fired!
How dare you? How dare you put in more effort? Did anybody pay you for that? No. Get out.
Later, Will Shen found dead with 28 shots to the back. Probably suicide. Oh god. Yeah. Bethesda is gonna fucking outdo Hillary's kill count.
Bethesda is teaming up with Boeing.
Valve, Sucker Punch, and Sledgehammer Games. We're still early in production of our first title, which is a single-player, first-person sci-fi adventure game. Where when I was at Bethesda, I was primarily a level designer during my time there, but I was also lead level designer on Fallout 4 Far Harbor and also Fallout 76.
Ooh, lead level designer on Fallout 4 Far Harbor and Fallout 76. Man, that's a new thing.
I kind of regret not
Yeah.
playing Far Harbor now because I can't comment on its level design.
I am particularly thinking of 76. I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh
Far
god.
Harbor, it's like, there could be something there. And then he says Fallout 76, and it's like, oh, there was never any hope.
He made all the looping dungeons. Probably.
He's the guy specifically behind the stolen mod. That was his one contribution to Far Harbor, was he just stole the Autumn Leaves mod.
Oh my god, could you imagine?
That would be funny.
Imagine if he references that, like, that mod in particular in this speech. Be like, whoa.
Oh my god, that would be hilarious.
God.
That would just be more fuel on the fire.
Yeah, it sounds like he wasn't there for a very long time, though. Like, he did the, the second last DLC for Fallout 4, Far Harbor, and he did Fallout 76, so he didn't touch Skyrim. It sounds like he didn't touch the base game of Fallout 4.
Well, he said he was lead on Far Harbor and Fallout 76.
Yeah.
So I'd assume he was there for base Fallout 4 as a level designer, just not as lead.
Yeah. Possibly, yeah. Patrician TV said the dungeons in 76 were decent, I think. I can't comment too much on the maps or the dungeons or the general level design of 76, because I didn't really explore it that much when I did play it briefly. The main problem with 76 was all the lore shit and performance on launch.
And the gameplay is pretty piss water.
Yeah, that too. The general gameplay of I don't know how you take Fallout 4 and make it worse, but they did it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the level design, can't really comment on it because I really haven't seen it, so I'm gonna hold back on that for 76.
I still find it funny that the game without NPCs to talk to was better than their attempted fix of the game later when they added NPCs to talk to.
Yeah, that's absolutely fucking incredible. You make an RPG in massive air quotes, that has no NPCs to talk with whatsoever, and people complain, and then so you add in NPCs later, and it's way, way worse. People are like, oh god, go back, please. I didn't know what I had.
It's just a meme upgrade. Oh fuck, go back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
5-month membership message from Duncan McCockiner. Thank you. Can't stay right now, but have a good stream. What's everyone's favorite individual quest in the Fallout franchise? God, that is a hard question. I usually default to either Come Fly With Me or GI Blues. Both of those are really good, I think.
Individual quests.
You can have your menth after the stream. No, I want it now! Rip stream. Did it end? Hold on.
No, it's fine for me.
Yeah, it's still running over there, so I don't know why we're getting a rip stream in chat. Anyways, it seems like you guys are having trouble answering the question, so I'll just continue.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't even thinking about it. I don't know. I wasn't even gonna answer.
Oh.
I guess I guess mine would be just that lucky old son, just because of Mr. Fantastic. Like, holy shit, it's just genuinely funny. Like, he's one of those characters that I like the most, where somebody pretending to be intelligent, but they're so obviously like up their own ass. It's just crazy. Shockingly hard to write for most people, it seems.
Yeah.
So Darrell and I have worked together over a very long career at Bethesda Game Studios for almost 15 years together before we both left. And this talk is going to be a retrospective of a lot of our work together, both with each other, but also a lot of our former colleagues. We're going to be talking all the way back to Skyrim, through Fallout 4, Far Harbor, where we were both leads, Fallout 76, and finally for Starfield.
Oh, you were both leads on Far Harbor. Okay. Now I know who to blame if that DLC ends up turning out to be fucking garbage.
Yeah. That's why I said that was the one guy. He was lead on Far Harbor and Fallout 76. I didn't know that the other guy was also lead on Far Harbor.
Yeah. Well, I mean... Okay, I obviously haven't played Far Harbor, so I don't know how it actually is, like whether it's good or bad. I have had a lot of people tell me it's the best of Fallout 4, in which case it looks like Bethesda lost some of their best talent.
Yeah. But also, to be fair, saying that's the best of Fallout 4, that's not much of a hurdle.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
That's what
I
was gonna
know,
say.
I know.
It's like, it's not good, but it's definitely the best.
Small spoiler warning, there are some spoilers for the ending of Starfield, so just know that.
This was in March of 2024. Wolshen, buddy. I'm sorry to say it, but nobody cared at that point. It was dead.
Yeah, no one
It's dead,
cared
Jim.
whatsoever.
By this point, they're just like, people would rather forget that Starfield exists.
So what do we mean when we talk about quest and level design? Every shop does it a little bit differently, so let's go over what we mean for our talk, for our purposes. So this old-timey Oblivion picture here is to...
Were you
Incredibly
trying?
sad.
Were you trying to make me feel old? This old-timey
Exactly.
with
I mean-
Oblivion, like, oh my god, that's some psychic damage right there. Holy
Yeah.
That's
shit!
exactly
Here, take
what
a
I
look at
was
this
feeling.
archaic relic of the past. That it's like, damn, dude.
That's why that moment that it paused, I was like, I'm incredibly sad that Oblivion is considered old-timey. Oh my god.
Yeah. It's also just the fact that there feels like there's a line between, like, old games and just, like, games that are old, but they're not, like, that era, you know? Where it's like,
Yeah.
Oblivion was in the early part of what feels like the new era of games compared to the old, era.
Yeah.
And to hear that be referred to essentially as like a fucking artifact of the past is like, oh god.
Look at this fossil we found.
As Daniel K. put it, old-timey. Oblivion only came out 18 years ago. Ow, my hip.
Yeah. Yeah, that, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's definitely some psychic fucking damage I won't recover from.
Sort of remind us that we are talking about the past. Darrell and I no longer work for Bethesda Game Studios. They may do things very differently now, but in the course of...
Unlikely.
I mean,
That would require effort.
the thing that's weird about that to me is more so that, like... Okay, I don't know when these guys left, but they were there recently enough to work on Starfield, and sure, that doesn't mean they left, like, the day Starfield shipped. They could have left 6 months, a year, 2, 3 before Starfield released. But it just seems strange that they're talking as if they've been gone from Bethesda for 5+ years, you know?
Yeah.
Well, Starfield was in 20 years of development, so
Oh,
therefore.
Alex Hoffman, welcome to Goatling membership. Thank you. I finally added tiers for the membership.
Of our career there, which spanned over 15 years, this is what we generally meant when we talk about quest and level design. So quest design handled dialogue and text, what a lot of places call narrative design, but we were also in the booth with the voice-over actors and directors to provide them with context. Sometimes we would be in there for the entire session. We also handled a lot of the scripting, specifically to make sure that quests move forward. So whenever an objective appears on the screen, that is usually quest scripting telling it to progress. We also worked with all of the NPCs to have them walk around, to come up to you, to speak to you. And finally, the quest design department at Bethesda Game Studios was also the systems design department for a long time. There was no separate systems design department until a few years before we left. And typically what systems design would be there would be specialist quest designers who would do the systems design duty.
I wish he would elaborate on what systems design means exactly, because I don't know whether he means like game mechanics, like certain combat elements, or the like special system in Fallout, the skill system, the lockpicking mini game, or whatever else, you know? Or do they mean? Do they mean?
I can't figure out how that would be different than scripting, which they said what they already have.
Well, quest scripting would be different from the system stuff. But again, I don't know if that's what they mean by system stuff, is game mechanic stuff, or by system they mean like game engine, like changing the game engine per game they're working on. Where it's like the stuff you won't see on the surface. It's like how, like performance and everything, you know?
Yeah. They're behind the spaghetti code. Get them!
Well, actually, these guys might be the ones that were tormented by ML to make Fallout 4's fucking dialogue system.
They might have been. Daniel K, though, says, provide them with context. Yes, because you made them record their lines in alphabetical order.
Wait,
Is
what?
that fucking true? Is that fucking true? I need a source on that.
What the fuck does that even mean? How do you record lines in alphabetical order? What? That seems like it would be way more time consuming and like unnecessary than just doing a normal script. Like I say normal script when there's multiple options, but you know what I mean. It's like, oh yeah, here's all the dialogue choices, or the dialogue choices from the player, and these are the responses. So let's, you know, thing. I don't know why I
I don't know why you would have it be like, okay, now we're gonna do your dialogue for this quest chain, and we're just gonna go through all that dialogue instead. Why in the fuck are you doing? We're gonna go through everyone that starts with A, now everyone that starts with B, now everyone that starts with C. Why the fuck would you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it would just be time consuming to reorganize everything to be in alphabetical order. And like you lose the context of everything that surrounds it.
So Louis Frank says, yes, it's absolutely is true. I heard an interview with Mr. Matty Plays talking to the voice actors. Oh no.
What the fuck?
Is that why their dialogue is so stilted all the time in these games then? Like,
I mean, that would make sense.
Oblivion dialogue?
That would make sense.
Yeah, that would actually explain why everything has, like, no emotion or context, and why one line can be completely different than another line immediately afterwards.
Wow.
Oh no.
Why on earth would you ever do it that way? That is just insane.
Why Oblivion's character dialogue is so bad. Oh no. There's a full article about it.
People defend these.
Yeah.
No clip. One more crucial detail about why Oblivion dialogue is the way it is. The voice actors recorded their lines in alphabetical order. Oh my god.
That really explains why there's sudden tone shifts in characters speaking. Because, like, you could go from a character being like, "Ah, yes, that is quite interesting. Now you must destroy my enemies." You know, it's like,
Yeah.
whoa, holy shit, where'd that come from?
And to put this in to think of this, chat, you need to understand you could be in a recording session for 4 hours that day, right? Like we're just gonna say it's a long recording session, and then you get to a point where you've done one part of the dialogue for a quest, and then you have to come back like 2 days later, and now you're doing the next one. How are you going to remember what you did in that 4 hour session for that one particular line that came just before this next line you have to record? No fucking wonder things are an absolute catastrophe.
Yeah, that is fucking bizarre. I don't know why they would do that.
That's fucking crazy.
It also just seems like that would make it harder to implement all that dialogue into the game, too. Because you've got it
Yes.
all recorded in alphabetical order now. But it's like, okay, now here's dialogue block A for this response, and oh god, where's dialogue block C? Oh, there it is. It's 5 hours later in the recording.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck? Again, the logical way you should go about it is like, once you get an entire quest done and it's been approved, right, and it's ready to go, you then have all of the dialogue, like, all right, we're going to do this quest today, and we're going to do all the dialogue in this, so people can keep the same tone and cadence, and we can hear between the lines if stuff feels natural.
That might also explain how they got some flubs into the game, too, like the one where an elf lady is talking about, oh my god, the Thieves Guild broke into all these places. Wait, let me retry that. And then she says the line again.
Yeah.
But
fucking disaster.
by now, do you really expect Bethesda to do anything efficiently? No, but I don't expect them to go their way to do things inefficiently. I mean, I probably should after Fallout 4's dialogue system, but you know what I mean. Like, this just feels like it's adding so much extra work to the process. It doesn't need to be there.
Cree, your example is terrible because, as the Voices Will Not Stop says, you didn't fuck up that voice line. That's just how that NPC talks, Chud.
Bethesda doesn't like effort. Also Bethesda.
Yeah.
Creates a system that's about 1,000 times more effort than just doing it by any other logical method.
Maybe that's how they came to hate effort, is they were doing everything the hard way, and they're like, oh, fuck it.
God, we're digging all of these trenches with spoons. This effort is terrible. Use a shovel more.
When it came to level design on previous Bethesda games, if there was a location in a Bethesda game, typically a level designer owned that location. There can be outliers to this with places like settlements and towns that can often be owned by Quest and supported by world art. But typically if there's a location, a level designer is owning it and doing passes through it.
So you have it where each level designer has specific areas that only they're like the master of. It's their domain. Because that can explain why so much of their level design is also fucking an inconsistent map.
Yeah, I'm just thinking on that. Like, surely there has to be input in the process somewhere, but...
Yeah, like, wouldn't your lead level designer, I mean, hopefully they'll explain this, wouldn't your lead level designer be like, okay, for this entire quest chain, I will have oversight over everything? Because otherwise, what the fuck? Like, you're just relying on, like, each individual person to put in their thing? So no wonder some of these dungeon designs are like, this one has a lot more effort, air quotes, put in for a Skyrim dungeon. This one has a lot more effort put into it, and then you go to the very next part of the quest chain, and you get to like a really low effort, shitty dungeon. It's like, oh, well. Ugh. Bethesda has zero quality control. It fucking sounds like.
Yeah, it very much sounds like they don't have... Well, I mean, they released Starfield.
Yeah.
They released Fallout 4.
Maybe this is why they're so secretive. Their design process is so batshit insane that it's laughably idiotic.
Or
Yeah.
possibly. Yeah, I still don't know how I feel about that information of one level's designer essentially being the king of his dungeon, you know?
Yeah.
Because I guess I could see scenarios where that would work, but once again, it just feels like there's something wrong in the process somewhere when Bethesda's making their games, where we get like just such a mix of quality. And to be clear, too, I'm not talking like, oh, a small dungeon is necessarily a bad dungeon. A cave with 2 or 3 rooms is immediately bad, because if it's just a normal-ass cave in the middle of nowhere, that makes sense. If this is like the second last dungeon in the main story, it's like, wait, what the fuck?
Yeah. But it's also it would explain why they have so much lore-breaking shit in all their fucking dungeons, like fresh foods everywhere in dungeons that are supposed to have been sealed for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Okay, that one depends on where the fresh food is appearing. If it's actually physically placed in the dungeon, yeah, that's completely fucked, and that's on the level designers. And you could probably blame this on the level designers somewhat too, being lazy, but if they're in containers, that's due to the leveled item system, or the randomized item system, where they use a generic container instead of one that would make sense to be put in there. So,
yeah,
I guess both probably could be down to level designer, but one is definitely way more egregious than the other. Because I can understand it being a mistake of, oh, I placed a generic old barrel in here, and that barrel happens to spawn fresh food. And they didn't consider that when they put it in. As opposed to, hey, this place has been sealed for 300 years, I'm going to put a fresh apple in here.
Here is a lovely pie.
Yeah.
Also ultimately in charge of the kit pieces and the logic that puts them together, since this is how we build out our locations and our layouts. We work really closely with World Art when coming up with the...
Hold on. So you heavily rely on prefabs for everything and use a automated system to slot it in? What are your level designers doing? Hold on,
I would assume they're making modifications to whatever's generated, and then putting in the props and enemy placements and stuff.
Ooh.
A level designer owned that location. There can be outliers to this with places like settlements and towns that can often be owned by Quest and supported by World Art. But typically, if there's a location, a level designer is owning it and doing passes through it. We're also ultimately in charge of the kit pieces and the logic that puts them together, since this is how we build out our locations and our layouts. We work really closely with World Art when coming up with the logic and the systems that define the kits.
Okay, yeah, so... I mean, I guess that would explain why so much of their dungeons feel samey as shit. They're literally using prefabs for everything, and then just going in and touching up from there.
Yeah. Because part of the problem for me, too, is the tile sets for the dungeon, so... It's the same walls and cave pieces and general dungeon pieces that are being slotted together, and that does make sense, you know. One cave is going to look like another. One dwarven rune is going to look very similar to another in terms of, like, general architecture and design. But the fact that there's only, like, 2 or 3 tile sets per game is part of what makes them feel so samey and generic, where... What does Skyrim have? Oh, it has Nordic tombs and dwarven runes. Whereas Morrowind had Daedric runes, dwarven runes, They had... What else did they have? I know they had more.
The ancestral
Right, the
crypts.
ancestral tombs. And the Velothi Towers, which are very similar to the tombs, but not quite. Where even just the third tile set helps mix it up, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, what I'm getting from this is that, yeah, they do use like a dungeon generator thing, then they go in and modify it as they need for whatever quests they have going on, or to like spice it up a bit to make it look more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
If you-
Personally, what I would find way more interesting is to have your normal tile set stuff, right? Like, this is the way, like, Dwarven ruins always look. And then you go to a new Dwarven ruin, and it looks a lot different. You can still see the same style, like lots of pipes everywhere, lots of steamworks and stuff. But it looks a lot more fancy. And then that could be part of, like, the storytelling that you have at this location. And back when the dwarves were still around, there was a master architect that lived here, and he slowly redesigned everything at the behest of this clan's leadership, right?
Yeah. I would
Like,
definitely like to see variations on stuff like that to give each location a more unique feel, even if it's like small changes to like the ironwork or whatever.
Yeah.
One of the interesting things Half-Life 1 did is that they would have tiling textures, but they would have it so like each tile could randomly generate a variation on the texture that would make it look different. And this was completely randomized, so the example I've seen is the room with the, I think it's the Ichthyosaur, the big fish creature in Half-Life 1. I've seen screenshots of that room where the texture on the walls is different because it generated differently for different people who went in there. It's like, yeah, a system like that, even something as simple as that, would be a lot to make each dungeon feel more unique, where like there's different patterns carved in the stone, or there's, like I said, different ironwork for the metal bars and stuff, where it would just spice it up a bit.
Yeah.
We share responsibilities with Quest when it comes to AI behavior. Our stuff often tends to be on the side of moment-to-moment gameplay and kind of default behaviors. How does a creature react if he's just dropped in the world with no other linkage? How can we quickly set him up for patrols or wandering behaviors? We are in charge of most all the combat encounters in the game. Either we own it and are doing passes on it, or we had a hand in layering the combat into a space.
It almost feels to me as if these guys were given too much work.
Yeah.
Because it's coming across as though they're building the majority of the game by themselves, as opposed to splitting the work between people who are more qualified for XYZ part of the process, you know?
Yeah, as a level designer, I'd much rather, like, I'd be talking with narrative and everything like that, but I'd much rather focus on making the level visually interesting, like, nice to explore in and of itself.
Yeah.
Like, something that sets it apart. And then have somebody who's really good at AI coding and pathing and everything like that come in and actually do all the nav mesh work and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if the three of us were making a dungeon in a video game, we would assign, like, what would be best for each person. Like, you know, maybe Pagan is the one writing the dialogue and making sure the voice actors, you know, give the proper tone when saying it. Such could be, like, the level designer designing the dungeon to look really nice, and I'm doing, you know, like the coding to make sure everything works, and we work together so we're all on the same page and know what's going on to make something really fucking good. As opposed to, yeah, here's these group of people that just do everything.
Yeah, in one department, apparently.
Yeah. $5 from Itiko the Tricky. Thank you. You'd think so, but no. Welcome to Bleak Falls bullshitted, bullshit retiled over and over again. Todd dungeon design makes me wish for a nuclear winter. Yeah.
Also, we did miss the membership message. I just see. I
Oh.
just saw just the guy from Alabama said something.
Right. Sorry about that. I did see that earlier, but we were talking and it slipped my mind. I'm very sorry about that. Membership message for 17 months from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Howdy, Furfap. Not a furry. It's been a while. Now I have something to listen to while I play Dragon Age Origins. P.S. I thought your favorite quest would be the Nuka-Cola challenge. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off. Bastard bitch.
We do a lot of environmental storytelling. We're ultimately in charge of how it's done in our location.
Please. Please. Say
about
the
the
fucking
skeletons.
line. Say it.
Yes.
Please. Please say it. I'm begging you.
But we work very closely with World Art when it comes to detailing out our locations to tell these stories. And we do a lot of gameplay scripting, whether it's setting up.
Wait. So, you have environmental storytelling as part of your level design, which I actually agree. That would be a good idea for level design to do.
Yeah.
But you're saying you have to go to a different department to assist with that? You can't do it yourself? Because he said that they have to go to World Art to help them do the environmental storytelling. They just can't do it themselves. Of this, I would get rid of kit logic, AI behavior, combat encounters, and gameplay scripting, and just have them do locations and environmental storytelling.
Yeah, and you'd have them work with those people, like, you're designing a quest where, like, okay, you're going through an undead dungeon, and you have the level designer working on the dungeon, and the person who's, like, figuring out the combat encounters would be working with them to see, like, okay, this would be a good room for, like, a monster closet where, 3 skeletons come out to attack you. And
Or even
stuff
just
like
have
that.
it be like the level design team comes in and they're like, here is our rough draft of this location as part of oversight. Again, as part of like a collaborative effort in this space. They're like, all right, we have finished our rough draft of this dungeon and we've got the environmental storytelling in and everything. What do you guys want?
Oh, what they're saying in chat is level designers aren't 3D artists, so they would need them to make world art. Okay, so I guess what that means is they go to the 3D modelers to model what they would need for that dungeon.
Okay, that makes more sense then.
Yeah, that does make... When I heard world art, I assumed that was like concept artist type thing, where it's like, okay, draw a picture of a dungeon for me, and we'll build it like as close to that as we can with what we have.
No, combat encounters should absolutely be part of the level designer's job. It's part of getting the pacing right. Okay, I can see that as bringing that in there. I just think they're doing way too much other stuff.
Yeah, it
So
does.
I guess we do locations, combat encounters, environmental storytelling. Those will be the 3 that they should focus on.
Yeah, that's fair. Me discovering the skeleton closet, the boner room, at Bethesda's offices. Bill Gates just spawned. Yeah, they use different terms most of the time. You hear Bethesda people talk about art. They're talking about 3D models. Yeah, Bethesda is kind of an anomaly in, I guess, many regards, but yeah, some of the terms they're using just, I think, something else when they say it. Because why not just say, the modelers or whatever?
Yeah.
Or 3D artists as a, like, I guess, more official or respectful title to the job position. Oh yeah, we go to 3D artists to model out the dungeons we're planning.
Systems to have our gameplay triggers affect other gameplay objects. We'll share those amongst the rest of the design. We also do a lot of unique gameplay scripting within our own locations to either add more to the story or make it more memorable in some way. And when it came to collaboration between Level and Quest on previous Bethesda games, Level design is in charge of the location, all of the combat NPCs, and any layout decisions that might come up during collaboration. Whereas Quest design is in charge of all of the narrative, all of the non-combat NPCs, and any story decisions that might pop up.
I mean, that seems to make sense to me.
Yeah, this right here makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why you would have, like, your level designers doing everything else and your quest designers doing everything else that they said in their list.
That said, I think they screwed up the placement of these images.
Oh?
Yeah, look at the frame on screen. Level design, location, combat, NPCs, layout decisions. There's a guard that you would talk to. Quest design, narrative, non-combat NPCs, story decisions. There's an imp you're going to have to fight in a dungeon.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That yeah. They should have flipped them around.
Yeah. 50 NOK from Bully Hobgoblin. Thank you. You will play Bleak Falls Barrow over and over again, and you will like it. Sloppium consumer, Todd Schwab. Oh, God. $2. Every NPC is a combat NPC if you punch them enough. This is true.
Yeah, fair enough. Granted, then they'll be flagged as essential pieces of shit.
So now let's take a typical example of this kind of collaboration in action. So let's go back to Skyrim. Specifically, we're going to take a look at a quest called The House of Horrors. This was in Skyrim in the city of Markarth. I worked on this quest with a level designer named D. Langlois.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't this the one where you just go into an empty house into the basement, he goes into a trap, and then you have to beat him?
There's spooky goings on in there where like chairs get stacked on a table. I'm having fucking trouble remembering what else.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, how is this memorable at all? Why would you pick this as your example? I mean, he said it was his in particular that he did, but
I do remember this one because I remember it going for like a haunted house vibe, and I just kind of found it lame.
Yeah, like again, what are the quest beats? You walk in with him. He goes into the basement, and he goes into a trap, and then Molag Bal's like, ha ha ha, beat him. It's like, okay.
And it's a very simple concept. You're being asked to investigate a house. The house ends up being haunted. There is an evil presence that comes from the basement. So quest design here handled all the dialogue. There is a primary character that is leading you through the house, so I did all of his dialogue. I also handle all of his behavior, so he comes up to you and he walks you through the house. And when the quest...
Oh, so you're one of the people who's responsible for the NPCs who fucking interrupt you with their bullshit as you're walking by. Who forcibly stop you to talk.
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, that's a bad idea. It's a fucking terrible system. I hate it.
I know they want to get people to do their quests, and there's just better ways to do it than forcibly stopping you while you're in the...
comes up.
Shit, didn't mean to do that. While you're in the middle of doing something. There's few things I find more frustrating when playing a game when I've got something I'm trying to do, that I want to do, that I'm focused on doing, and I am stopped and forced to do something else entirely. Even if it's just telling this NPC, no, I'm not doing your thing right now. The fact that it stopped me is frustrating. And Starfield has this a lot, where you experience this too, Setch, where you're doing a quest, you're doing the main story, and you go talk to an NPC as part of that quest. But wait, that NPC has their own quest to give you, and you are fucking stonewalled from going to the dialogue you want to go to for the quest you are on to hear their fucking sob story about the shit they're fucking dealing with that you don't give a shit about. You have to go through all of that and accept their stupid fucking bullshit quest just to continue on with what you're doing. And we're not talking about, oh hey, this is random NPC number 297 in his house. We're talking about, this is a shopkeeper who won't shut the fuck up about their problems when you potentially want to buy something. That one gun that I used in Starfield as the explosive ammo, I have to listen to this guy bitch and fucking cry about people painting his robot, graffiti on his robot, before I can buy the fucking gun, because he's all confrontational and fucking obnoxious. I hate it. Hate.
Yeah. And it's just so fucking frustrating, because if you find something you're genuinely interested in, right? This is just we're gonna divorce it completely from Skyrim. We're just gonna make it a generic thing.
Yeah, because there is nothing interesting in Skyrim.
I mean, true. But you find it. Let's say you're playing a game and you find a quest you're very, very interested in, and you want to see how this goes, and you're getting excited into it. You're liking the characters. You're liking this idea. There's twists and turns in the quest, and as you're following a character through a city, you're running down the city with this character. He's like, "Come on, we need to hurry!" And another NPC runs up to you out of nowhere and grabs your attention, and is like, "Hey, did you hear? The children need help. They can't read so good." And it's like, what the fuck? Meanwhile, you just see the other NPC has now frozen in place because, again, that's what Bethesda games do until Starfield, when they finally figured out that people should keep moving in the backgrounds. But everybody just freezes in place as if like time itself is halted, and Akatosh himself is dragging his big ass fucking dragon nuts over your face, like, "Ha! You will not believe this encounter.
Well, actually,
Not
NPCs
until I am satisfied."
NPCs did move in the background as far back as Skyrim, but if you're following a quest NPC, they will stop dead in their tracks if you're like 5 meters away or more.
And it's just so fucking frustrating, because like, okay, and now you have this other quest that's interrupting you as you are engaged, as you are immersed in this first quest, and it's just like, no, piss off. It's like, I don't even care if the children not being able to read quest actually turns out to be fucking interesting. I'm annoyed because I have now been fucking interrupted in something I have already found interesting.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the exact kind of thing that really puts me off of doing those quests where NPCs will interrupt you. Like,
Yep.
Sure, it could be the best quest in the game. You've killed my interest entirely by forcing it upon me in the way you have. Where, here I am walking down the street, and an NPC stops me and starts talking to me, and I can't leave dialogue, like, immediately. I can't choose to just ignore them. Because, here's the thing, too. You can have characters stand there saying, like, "Hey, come over, talk to me. I need your help, blah, blah, blah." And you could just fucking walk by and ignore them. Just as you do with the fucking people in the mall who are trying to give you their fucking coupons or samples or whatever other bullshit, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, just walk by, don't even look at them. You should be able to do that with these quest characters, and I hate when it forces you to stop. It makes me not want to do those quests at all.
As Calbeck says, this is why Fallout 4 is superior, by allowing a random Deathclaw to storm up and rip into your face when an NPC convo stops you for your necessary 5 seconds. Dude, that has been the funniest thing I've seen. There's a video, I can't remember whose video it was, but he's sitting there in a chair talking with the like cult leader guy or whatever in Fallout 4. Guy's wearing a trilby and stuff like that. He looks nice and presentable.
Oh
He's
yeah,
sitting
the
up
guy at
dressed up for
the
you.
theater, the amphitheater.
Yeah. Well, a Deathclaw had actually spawned and was coming for the player while they were sitting there in the chair. And so they just see over the guy's shoulder a Deathclaw come through the doorway and he kills the player. The guy just put in a TF2 Demo Man scream sound of, "Ah!" The Deathclaw ran out.
Up and tells you that it has started and it progresses. That is all the scripting on my end. D was handling layout, but also the scripting for the haunted objects. So all the poltergeisty effects, the camera shake, that was all handled by level design.
I can't. That sword.
Spitting in the middle.
It makes me think of Mac from Super Mario RPG. It's just a bouncing sword. Ew.
What?
The best free cheese is found on the back of the shelf of pasta shelves at grocery stores.
What?
Ew.
Why even read that?
Because my eyes were drawn to it, Cree. I needed not to be the only one that was cursed with Lovecraftian knowledge.
And I want to mention art as well. We had a few unique assets for the space, including the altar in the basement that also functions as a trap. There's a unique animation for it, and we also did a pass on the lighting and fog effects inside the space. But let's take a closer look at how it was made collaboratively. So the main character in the quest is from a faction in the game called the Vigil of Stendar. That faction was actually originally concepted by D. They were working on other encounters in Skyrim and came to me.
No offense to him, but is his tone and cadence, the way he speaks, starting to get really annoying? Like and so we went with this, and then there was that, and then we have this, and then we went there, and then he did that.
Yeah. You know, I wasn't noticing it before, but now I am probably going to notice, and it's probably going to piss me off. Thank you. I just see a single word in chat from Kenneth North, cognito hazard.
I'm gonna go back a little bit. Here we go. I am genuinely trying to listen to what he says. And that's what's making me I'm focusing really hard on what he says. And that's what's making me notice his cadence so much.
Called the Vigil of Stendar. That faction was actually originally concepted by D. They were working on other encounters in.
God fucking damn it! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh!
So I was listening so intently, so I couldn't help but hear the roller coaster ride the whole time. Oh my god.
I can't believe you've done this. You can't unhear it. You can't. I hate it.
Hate. And again, I'm not. It's just his particular speaking voice. I hope it's just because it's a script thing, right?
Yeah.
He's having problems reading out the script. I don't think he would speak like this normally.
Yeah. Hopefully, this is just a thing because he's at like a conference, as opposed to him constantly like. Imagine having to listen to this. Like, again, no offense, but imagine having to listen to that day in and day out where he says everything like this, and he moves on to the next sentence and ends it like this. It's like, oh my god. I think I would fucking stab myself in the ears so I wouldn't have to hear it anymore.
Good morning today, team. Today we're going to work on that project. I know that I asked you to do it, Daniel.
Oh my god. Stop! Where every sentence ends in a question. Yeah.
Some of that can be fine. That's like the oh yeah, did you hear about them Gophers, eh? Like I like those kind of like goofy Wisconsin and Minnesota accents. They're so much fucking fun.
People in chat are referencing Chills. Talks like the number 15 guy. Number 15. Can I have the number 15?
Minnesota.
I am disappointed they didn't get him back for another cameo in season 2.
Yeah. But if you guys ever want to hear the Wisconsin and Minnesota accent mixed together, play the game Puzzle Agent. Holy shit!
Yeah, I've heard that that game is good.
It is good.
Russ Scott did a game dungeon on it years ago, and I was like, "Fuck, that actually sounds like a good game. Might have to check it out."
Yeah, if you like puzzle games, I highly recommend it. It's really good.
In Skyrim, and came to me and said, "Hey, I am creating a group of witch hunters who are going to be looking for all the evil objects in the game. And since we're working on this haunted house together..."
I like how that description is infinitely more interesting than what we actually got.
Yeah.
Because
Like, holy shit.
imagine a faction designed to actually hunt down the items where they will, of course, a lot of the items are going to be locked down from the start where the NPCs can't get to them. But, like, let's say you do get a Daedric artifact and you sell it to a merchant, and then they go and claim it from that merchant and hide it in their base to keep it safe from, like, misuse or from people who would use them. Or where they try to destroy such items or whatever, you know? Or...
yeah.
You get the Daedric artifact and you start using it, specifically that you start using it and people see it. So rumor spreads that you have this item and they start tracking you down. Hey, we heard that you have Wabbajack or what's the Maroon's Razor? That you have these like horrible Daedric artifacts that cause pain and suffering, and we need to take them from you. You have Umbra, the fucking soul stealer sword.
Yeah, ask first, but be prepared for violence.
Yeah. Pretty sure it's in cut content. I like how all the interesting stuff ended up being cut content.
Yeah. Jenna Derp says, "Me fucking over the world by selling off my useless Daedric artifacts."
Well, actually, I want to be fucking over the world because in what I'm imagining, they would track that item down to the merchant you sold it to, and then they would just claim it from them.
Yeah.
But also, from Voices Will Not Stop, hey, we heard you still have your foreskin. Hand it over.
Oh, no. Oh, that tangentially reminds me. I've talked about it long time ago. There was an MMO called Age of Wushu, and there was a faction that was called the Rootless Clan.
Oh, no.
And the only way to become a member of the Rootless Clan was to be made a eunuch. Okay? You had to have the berries and the twig cut off.
Jesus.
And so if you actually had this happen to you, you could actually go in and join this clan, and then you could kidnap other players in the game and do it to them and force them to join.
Jesus.
So it was literally like you could be out in the field and you could have like 15 guys come surround you and be like, hey, I heard you still got your penis. Hand it over.
Oh my god.
Now, you did have an option where it would happen, and then your character would get a debuff for a time, and you could then choose, like, I want this to be a permanent consequence, I don't want this to be a permanent consequence. But it was still funny that that was the only way you could be inducted into this secret faction in the game.
The owner of some random store in bumfuck nowhere, when I drop by to sell him the Mace of Molag Bal, the Mask of Clavicus Vile, and Volan Drunk so I can go buy some skooma. That's something I would like from these games too, where NPCs react when you sell them fucking Daedric artifacts. Where it's like someone realizes the potentially cursed object you're laying down on the counter for them to buy, or it's like, oh, that's the Mask of Clavicus Vial. I don't think I want to deal with that.
Yeah.
Or alternatively, oh, that's the Mask of Clavicus Vial. I can make use of this, you know?
Yeah. Actually have consequences to selling like your Daedric artifacts, because maybe now a big murder spree happens. Maybe you as consequence you lose access to a bunch of quests
Well, look
because
how
you sold off something.
yeah, and look how in every game, Umbra is. Did they have an Umbra in Skyrim where there's a person named Umbra and they have the sword Umbra? Because I know they did that in Morrowind and Oblivion. But imagine you kill the Umbra NPC and get the Umbra sword, the fucking Soul Stealer sword, and you sell it to a merchant who becomes obsessed with it, and they become the new Umbra. You know?
Yeah.
I think Umbra's creation club for Skyrim. Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, I just looked it up.
Fuck
Umbra is a
off.
creation that adds the Umbra sword located in a new dungeon known as Champion's Rest.
Why was that not in the base game?
Bethesda doesn't rely on modders to do the work for them.
Together, it would be great if we tied the two of them together. And I initially said no. I already have a.
She said no.
Also, that did give me another idea though about Umbra. Imagine rather than finding the NPC, you just find the sword in like a random dungeon. Like, maybe not literally random, but like you go into a dungeon and it's just sitting there on like the cave floor where it's been abandoned or the previous owner died, it was never picked up again. And then you take it and sell it to a merchant, and then they become the Umbra that wanders the world killing people, and you have to take them down. That might actually be more interesting than the other version where you kill Umbra, take the sword, and sell it to someone who becomes the new Umbra.
Yeah.
I don't know, just ideas coming to my head on how factoring in characters reacting to artifacts would be fucking interesting.
You know, it would just be really fucking cool. It's like, hey, did you sell off this artifact at any time? Be like, all right, cool. Now we're gonna have a ticking time clock the player won't be aware of. But later on, you might come across a location where, like, there's a disaster that's gone on. There's tons of people dead, or, like, maybe there's an entire village that looks like it's abandoned, and you can't figure out what's going on. You realize that because you sold off the fucking Wabbajack, a guy went into that village on a fucking spree and just turned everybody into different creatures and, like, furniture and shit like that.
Yeah.
And then, therefore, now you've lost access to all those quest lines and everything like that. That would genuinely make it feel like you have an impact on the world. A new tangent touches the Cree. Listen and obey.
I can't help it when I get rolling with ideas, you know? It would be so fucking interesting if NPCs took stuff like that into account. And, like, even if it was just a line of dialogue reacting to those things, or denying sale, or denying buying certain items from you, or the items actually corrupt them and they go out into the world and start doing things. Like, God, the potential is limitless.
Oh, God. It's funny you say that, Deus Volt Infidel says, like a wizard spawning dozens of shotguns into the world. There is a spell in Space Station 13. If you get the wizard antagonist, you can get a spell known as the Greater Gun Wizard. And when you cast it, like, it kind of makes it on hard mode for you, but it gives every single person on the space station a firearm, and it lays random guns all over the floor, all over the station. And a lot of people will cast it because, yeah, sure, it's harder for you. You've now armed the station. However, the station likely has other people that have other nefarious intents. So you've turned the station into a giant Second Amendment free-for-all. It is genuinely hilarious when you're just walking around the station and all of a sudden a gun manifests in your hand and you see a shit ton of them laying all over the floor. And it's like, oh no. And then it doesn't even take 3 seconds and you suddenly hear gunshots start ringing out all over the station. Like, oh no.
Creetosis, when my friends open world FPP, first person, I don't know what the second P is, RPG is close to release, I'll see if he can't give you a key for it. It's very consistent and better than other RPGs. Ah, that does sound interesting. Even if he can't get me a key, keep me informed on that, because I might want to check it out.
Yeah.
I need something to replace the hole that Morrowind left behind. First-person perspective. Yee.
A person that I've already come up with a whole biography for, but the more we talked about it, the more it became very clear that there was an opportunity here to ground this character in the world and also to have it have callbacks to other encounters that you might run into. So we worked together and I came up with the name The Vigil of Stendarr. Stendarr is the name of one of the gods in Skyrim, so that grounded it in the lore, and I renamed the character and his backstory so that he was part of this faction.
Does just calling him a Vigil of Stendarr grounded in the lore? Because that sounds incredibly shallow.
That is incredibly shallow. Like, I'm sorry.
Because
this isn't...
That's one of the things that stood out to me earlier when they mentioned this faction, where it's like, I guess they can be considered a faction. They're a group that exists in the world fucking barely, but like they don't seem like that big of a force, and you can't join them or do anything with them really. They're just kind of there.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you had a faction and you called them the Knights. And there's like, well, I can't just call them the Knights. We need to integrate them into like the world more. So what if we call them the Knights of the Big Bad or something like that? What's the Big Bad's name? I don't. It's just off the top of my head. Let's call him Rilo Ken. So we're just gonna have the Knights of Rilo Ken, and that grounds them in the world.
I wonder what you could possibly be referring to there.
Well, obviously, I'm referring to the Battle Amongst the Cosmos, Kree. Come on.
Clearly,
Battle Cosmos is very popular.
Yeah, again, this is a faction that could be really interesting if they had done something with it, but they honestly come across as, like, Star Trek red shirts, where it's like, oh yeah, they exist to die in goofy ways, like, oh, look at their fanatical religious people on their crusade against evil, and then they keep dying in hilarious situations like this quest here. Or the one in... I want to say it's in Dawnstar, where another Vigilant appears, and besides that, you just, like, see them wandering the road sometimes and getting killed by wolves.
Yeah.
It's like they're a joke of a faction. They're the fucking Cult of Adam, but in Skyrim. At least they actually exist rather than just being talked about. I guess technically, yeah. Again, if they had like more, I guess, oversight or a more consistent vision, like you wouldn't have two random quest designers come up with an entire faction that has no substance.
I guess that's a good way to put it. As Cloudseeker says, for a homebrew D&D game, it's 100% well-made sound logic. For a multi-million-dollar company, however, well, multi-billion-dollar company, actually.
Yeah.
Remember how much Microsoft paid for them, and then how much Microsoft paid again when they fucking Starfield.
Where'd that comment go? The Vigilants never comment on their guild hall being destroyed, by the way. I wish you could join the Vigilants. It would be great for role-playing as a Daedra Hunter character. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Trust me, I am all for the Witch Hunter lifestyle. Holy shit. It would have been fucking amazing.
yeah, but stuff like that would definitely help making the universe feel more, like, cohesive, and I don't necessarily want to say realistic, but I guess believable, where, I mean, yeah, it does make sense that there would be people in this world that would be against the Daedra who would want to seek to... I guess they wouldn't be able to actually kill them, but it would still be their goal to effectively exterminate them. If they come across into our world, we'll send them back where they came, you know?
Yeah.
Especially after the Oblivion Crisis.
Yep.
Same for the Silver Hand. Why can't I be a werewolf hunter in Skyrim? Instead I'm forced to join the werewolves. That is still one of the stupidest quest lines. I fucking hate it so much.
And it's one of the most obvious setups too. Like, when you're going to be, like, transformed into a werewolf, that should have been the obvious, like, deciding, like, nah, fuck this. I'm gonna join the Silver Hand instead.
Well, it's also the fact that, like, you've got a faction that's generally regarded as being good guys, as heroes, being the ones you join, and oh no, they're secretly werewolves. And then you've got the werewolf hunters, who are supposed to be, again, this should be a faction that's only ever seen as good. And where are they? Where's their main, like, base? I don't even know if they have a main base, but, like, oh, they hang out in random dungeons. They don't have any established, like, order in any of the cities, and they attack one of the main cities as if they're no different than regular fucking bandits.
Yep.
It's just... I don't... You know? Like, how the fuck... It just doesn't make any sense. It's frustrating. I can't think of a fictional universe where that would make sense. Oh, two good guy factions are generally well regarded and aren't fucking evil or attacking each other, and there's just nothing? What the fuck?
Yep.
When I originally wrote up the quest, I just wrote that it was going to be a haunted house, and that was going to be super fun. But that was all I had. When we actually sat down...
I mean, it's clear that's all you had.
Yeah, I mean, that's clear that's all you had even at the end, unfortunately.
Yeah, because
like, even after this whole, like, adding Stendar and it being the log ball.
That's all I remembered about it was, ooh, spooky haunted house.
Yeah, which again could have been genuinely fucking interesting.
Yeah.
Like, granted, that's the classic statement, right? Anything can be made interesting. It's all in how you execute it.
Down to work on what that meant together. Dio is the one who pitched the idea of, hey, we have a full physics system. I could script all of the loose objects in the house and just fly them around randomly to simulate a poltergeist. And then as we were working on it, I came up with the idea of, why don't we have the entity speak to you like a ghost as you're progressing through the house?
Part of me, like, it's like, that's... VFX had idea for stacked chairs. Oh my god.
It's literally just taking that idea from a movie, though. Oh, look, the spooky ghost stacked chairs on a table. Isn't it spooky?
Yep. But back to what I was thinking of, though, like, I don't know, I would find it more creepy if the spirit didn't speak with you. It maybe, like, what their interactions were doing were trying to convey messages to you would be far more interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a single thing in the game anywhere that does anything where like something isn't speaking to you to directly like verbally drill like this is what's going on in this situation in your skull every single time. I don't think there's a single situation where you have to put the pieces together anywhere in Skyrim.
Yeah, not that I remember. I mean, I will be playing through all of it again when I eventually get back to the Skyrim analysis series. God, I'm not looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Also added in some storytelling bits. When we were doing the lighting pass on the space, the effects artist who was working in it was a fan of the Poltergeist movie, and she suggested that we add a little Easter egg of the randomly stacked chairs inside the space.
See, that's part of what makes that whole area just feel too try-hard for me, where it's like, oh, look, Poltergeist. Eh?
Yeah. And how is that an Easter egg and not more like a reference? I don't know. I get the feeling the Easter egg has been dumbed down so much. Instead of something being hidden away, like you find an Easter egg, like finding dope fish in boom shooters is an Easter egg. Because you have to go out of your way to find the dope fish. Here, it's just like you just walk by stacked chairs, table. That's not really an Easter egg. It's within like the direct walking path. That's a reference.
It would be like if you're doing the main quest and you're directed to talk to Humongous, and it's like, hey, this is an Easter egg. It's like he's a character that's required to talk to.
Yeah, he's not hidden. He's not out of the way or anything like that. He's just here.
Yeah. Big Chungus or him. Speak to quest character Amon Gus.
World art also helped with some of the storytelling. I originally had the idea that you get trapped in the basement and that was just going to be a cage or some other very simple trap. And the world artist assigned to make it came to me and said, I think we have an opportunity here to tie the story together by making an altar to the evil presence actually be the thing that springs the trap, and it's tied into the altar. And again, I originally...
This is another problem I have with this trap, because again, he keeps calling it a trap after all. Why would you stand on the obvious trap part? It's like the fucking Team America World Police thing. Like, I need you to stand a little left, a little more, step forward, please. It's like, oh, if I'm gonna investigate this altar, I'm not standing on the obvious fucking plate thing there. I'm gonna walk around it. Be like, yeah, no, standing on that seems like a bad idea.
Yeah.
I'm gonna investigate this altar from every other angle and not step on that.
It's like seeing a bear trap and thinking, ooh, I'm going to step on the shiny plate in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's part of my problem with a lot of Bethesda's design, too, is a lot of stuff is just way too blatantly fucking obvious like that.
Yep.
If anyone was surprised that this thing was a trap, they weren't paying attention.
Yeah, I mean, again, it looks like nothing else in the entire room.
Yeah, and it's clearly evil. Fucking look at it.
Yeah. And you've seen it. It is already fucking haunting the house. Like, good lord.
How are you?
I passed out. I fell asleep during the thing. And
I kind of figured.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm crashing. I think I might just go to bed.
Alright. Sleep well, man. You've been up for a while. It's understandable.
Yeah, sorry.
No, don't be sorry. You do what you gotta do, and sleep is important, especially when you've been up for, like, fucking 52 hours or however long it's been for you.
He's going for the record. He's going for 8.
Sleep well and dream of waifus.
Those bondos, there you go.
Try.
The
Was
Oh,
hesitant.
it's a shame
I
we had
felt
to
like
send
that
him to
would
the
be a
glue
lot
factory.
more the evil presence actually be the thing that springs the trap, and it's tied into the altar. And again, I originally was hesitant. I felt like that would be a lot more work, but he assured me.
I mean, the reason you should be hesitant is because of how obvious it is. I don't know why, like, just imagine in the development phase, you don't have this object made yet by the 3D modelers, but I don't know what you're picturing in your mind, but you've got this dwarven house, this dwarf house, and in the basement, there's this Daedric altar that clashes heavily with the style of everything else around it. And, oh, that's where the trap is going to spring up from, and it being not blindingly fucking obvious what it is.
Yeah. Like, you could have just had it, again, you want to make this even better? Get rid of that big circular plate that you're standing on right now in this picture. Get rid of that. Just have the altar by itself, and as you approach the altar, the spikes come out of the ground
Yeah.
to make it more ominous, like, oh, fuck, okay, that was dumb of me. Because here it feels like, really? When you see the altar and you see the plate in front of it, it's like, really?
Yeah.
Because you know
I
it's
think-
gonna fucking happen.
I think my first time playing, I went down there, and I saw that, and I was like, nah, I'm gonna leave. And I went back upstairs, and the door was locked. It's like, oh, I'm forced to be stupid here. Okay.
Yeah.
It's mandatory stupidity to progress.
Yep. Whereas if you didn't have that thing around it, you just had the altar, and maybe even have it to where the thing is trying to keep you away. Like, we don't know it's assume you don't know it's Molag Bal yet, but imagine like you're getting close to the altar and it keeps trying to push you backwards, as if it's like, no, don't come near, because it's trying to protect itself, right? Luring you more into like, no, I'm gonna come over there now because you don't want me over there. So now it's just basically baiting you into it instead.
Yeah. Yeah, that would
would've
be
been so much
interesting. Yeah. From Kelbeck in chat, I avoided the stupid thing for so long and looked around everything else numerous times because I couldn't believe that was the only way to progress anything. Like Such said, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, it would be easier for him to make it all part of one experience. So one of the big lessons I learned here was we're writing and designing the game together. When I was getting a lot of suggestions from my colleagues about what we could do for this quest, I was originally very defensive. You know, I thought that as, you know, I was a new quest designer, this was one of the first quests that I had worked on, and I thought if I didn't have control of everything and have everything perfect in my head, that I was a failure. And so I didn't realize at the time that my colleagues were trying to give me the advantage of their expertise and perspective. And once I let down that wall and started listening to them, that is what made the content so much richer.
Oh, God.
Much richer? You thought that was so much richer? Dude.
No, that... Because what I'm getting from that is the old guard fucking corrupted him into making fucking garbage.
Yeah.
Oh, no. What if, like, the idea he did have was actually good?
Yeah, what if his idea was so much better than what we got? Because I hate to break it to you, dude. And again, I'm not trying to say you're a moron or anything like that, but what we got for that quest was terrible. It's not memorable in the slightest. It's like a fucking meme.
Yeah. I think...
I wish I had an alternate reality mirror or something so I could see what his original vision of that quest would have been like.
Yeah.
Instead.
Yeah. God.
Like, to put in perspective, how unmemorable this quest is. I forgot that you have to get yourself trapped first, and then you leave and bring somebody else back to then trap them and then beat them.
Yeah,
I had skipped immediately to the trap the priest and beat them part.
Yeah, because the one that goes in there with you, even if you don't want to kill him, I think he gets scared and tries to fight you.
Yeah, he tries to kill you. He attacks you. Sure.
Which I also feel is lame for someone who's supposed to be, like, kind of priestly, you know?
Yeah.
Like, for being a deeply religious person, where just, oh, he gets a little spooked and the fucking sword comes out. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like, well, you weren't really,
No,
really much of a Vigil of Stendar, were you?
No, this is a quest I did remember, but for all the wrong reasons, because I fucking hated it. It's one of those ones where it's just like, God, that was fucking dumb. And then I like, stop playing the game, and I just get reminded of it, like, 3 months later. I'm like, fuck, that's fucking stupid. What a dumb quest.
Hey, you know what would have been more interesting if we try to keep as many of the story beats as they had already, which again, there's very few. But what if you go in there with the Vigil of Stendar, right? The house locks you in, and he's like, fuck, okay, I'm gonna work on the door. All right, I'm gonna start doing prayers to Stendar and everything. I'm gonna try to get this door unlocked. You search around and see if there's some nexus to this haunting. Right? See if you can find a way to disrupt it. So one of us will succeed eventually. So that will separate you from the two. You go and investigate the basement. Again, get rid of the fucking circle plate of doom that's down there. And have it where the altar is intentionally trying to push you away. Which would then reinforce the idea of, oh, hey, it's trying to protect itself so I don't stop the manifestation of this haunting. So it's trying to stop me from getting there. And then you bumble into the trap. And then you have to then trick the Vigil of Stendar into the trap in the basement instead.
Yeah.
So that you can be released.
Yeah, that would be more interesting. The only thing you would have to account for is players being too smart for that, where it's like, wait, this is definitely a trap. Okay, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go in there. And still try to figure out a way around it.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to do. That's why, like, I think a way, because you're not going to get around everyone. There's going to be some people that just will never do it, no matter what. But that's why I was trying to do the whole, like, it'll throw objects at you and push you away from it a couple times to keep you from getting towards the altar. To try to emphasize the fact it's trying to protect itself, even though obviously that's a lie.
Yeah.
So this is a very typical example of how we made all the content in Skyrim. We had a piece that we all knew we needed to work on. We sort of came together, everyone added their bits to it, and then we would move on and do another piece.
Yeah, that does kind of explain a lot, doesn't it?
That absolutely does explain quite a lot of what went wrong.
But we were also experimenting with other ways to get work done.
So throughout Skyrim, we had several level designers starting to experiment with their own quests, making their own quests with the quest design tools, and just telling stories in that space a little more. This leads to kind of an atypical example that I want to talk about here, where in the case of this example, I'm the level designer working on the location, and there's a different level designer creating the quest that ends up layered through the location.
Wait. Didn't you have a... What was your quest department doing then?
Yeah, why is a level designer doing the level designing and a different level designer, doing the quest design? What?
What happened to the quest design team?
Can you guys just point me to who is responsible for Kid in a Fridge?
Yes.
Oh shit,
please.
that might actually come up. That's a possibility.
That would be incredible if it does come up.
Oh god, I hope it does, please. I feel like they would be smarter than that with how much criticism that's gotten, but I want to know.
Yeah.
They executed the design team?
Oh no. They played through that haunted house and they're like, no, y'all gotta go, and they just put them all down.
He's talking about professional design staff like they're first-time modding enthusiasts. Yeah, this is kind of feeling like very, like, rough and thrown together and not very well thought out, which, I feel like that's a problem, because if I was making a game on the scale of Skyrim, and I wanted to add in, like, you know, all the little side quests and stuff with a big team, I would want to get a bunch of people together in a boardroom, like all the lead quest designers for all the side quests, and have them pitch different ideas and say, you know, that might work, that's might not, blah, 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 sort through them, and then assign different people to the different quests to build them into the world so they feel like they're a part of the world. Because that is one of the big problems with Bethesda's quest design post-Morrowind, is a lot of the quests feel like they exist within a vacuum, where it's a quest from a different world placed into the world of Tamriel or Fallout or whatever else, you know?
Yeah.
Where there's just little to
there's-
no connection to anything else.
I do want to get a comment real quick, and then I gotta go to the bathroom right
All right.
afterwards. But this should be fast. One-Eyed said, "Aren't quest design and level design the same teams?" No. 1102 is what we're at. Remember, we just got shown earlier that they are separate teams. He specifically highlighted the fact that they were separate teams.
Yeah.
Here, you level design team and the quest design team. They are separate teams. And it was like, and again, this right here, this collaboration, this makes sense. I like this breakdown of what each one's supposed to do. I didn't like when we had their initial breakdowns of what they all did, and it was like, what the fuck? There's so many other things in here. It's like, why?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 1102, let's get it close. I'll get it to 1058. That's close enough.
Okay.
Anyways, I will be right back.
All right. From Calbeck in chat, hey, do you guys mind if I join the call? Or are you good? Well, we are short a horse, so we could have you come on, if Such is up for it. I'll ask him when he gets back. I'm definitely open to having you come on, though. Yeah, this is definitely giving some insight to why Bethesda games are the way they are. Things are, like, especially combined with ML speech, a lot of things are becoming clearer of why everything is just so fucked, you know? Replacement horse? Yeah. Short a horsed. Because, yeah, the impression I'm getting from what we've heard so far is that, like, these guys were just off on their own, and they're like, oh, hey, why don't we do a haunted house quest? Let's put that into the game. And then they just did. And there's, like, little oversight to it, and they connected it to a Daedra, and they connected it to a small faction with no substance. And there it is. It's part of the game where, like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel... Is a haunted house something that's even fucking relevant to Molag Bal? Or was he just a random Daedra that they threw in to fucking be the one haunting the place? Because even that seems... Like, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not... I don't know a lot of the deeper lore on parts of the Elder Scrolls, including, like, the Daedra. So I don't know if Molag Bal would be like, I'm gonna stack chairs on a table to spook these people.
I am back, and he would not.
Were you hearing me the whole time?
No. But I can already tell you just from that alone, because he's the god of, like, rape and, like...
Oh, yeah, he's the one who raped Vivek, isn't he?
Yes. He's very much not one who'd be like, chairs on the table to scares them.
Yeah, because
no.
that's what I was talking about of from before you left, how everything feels like it's in a bubble and not connected, where it's like, oh yeah, here's my haunted house quest, and let's connect it to Molag Bal and this small faction that has no fucking depth.
Mhm.
And there's our quest, and that's like, you know, it feels like there's no oversight. It feels like there's no confirmation that this should even be there. They just kind of did it. It's the impression I'm getting.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a big fucking problem for what are supposed to be RPGs. And if this is the way things are done at Bethesda, then Kid in a Fridge absolutely makes sense to exist the way it does. Not that, you know, it obviously doesn't make sense in lore, but I can see how it happened now. Where some random developer was just like, what if we do a quest where there's a ghoul kid trapped in a fridge for 200 years and you return him to his parents. And then some fuckwad just puts it in and now it's there. You know? What?
Deus Vult Infidel, the actual Prince of Grape. Behold my house of spooks. Dare ye enter? Yeah, it does not make sense that is Molag Bal.
Just quickly, Kelbeck expressed interest in joining us. You up for that?
Yep.
Alright. Give me just a minute then. I am going to go over here. Why can't I? Oh. And add to... Wait. No, I misspelled his name, that's why. Create DM. Alright, I'm going to restart the call over there.
Uh-huh. Oh, damn, I thought I beat you to it.
Alright, we've got a replacement horse.
Yep. Isn't that right, Pony?
He's not saying anything. I think he might be dead.
Shooby-doo.
Hello.
Can I?
I too like to speak in gibberish.
God damn it.
But I have no idea what's going on right now.
We gotta send it back to the glue factory and get a replacement.
Damn it, we...
No!
Damn, Setch, we're gonna have to kill this guy.
Aw.
I didn't want to go on the cart.
How are you enjoying this GDC presentation so far, Calbeck?
You had to ask.
Of course I did.
It's
You wanted to join.
it's a revelation, one after another, and it's painful. It's, I suspected for the longest time this is how it was, but now it's being revealed. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's,
because it's a similar thing for me. I just kind of assumed that, like, people are doing fucking whatever with no oversight, but to have it effectively confirmed is like, oh. So somehow this is worse than just speculating on it.
Daniel says, "Remember to reply in alphabetical order to me." I'm like, I just noticed it's like Creetosis, Wait, I would go first.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
I don't know why. Okay, so
Even
Discord.
if it's R for Roy, it would be just left to right.
Well, this is the weird thing about Discord. It usually puts everyone in alphabetical order, except sometimes it doesn't, like it is right now. Because, yeah, you should be on the left, I should be in the middle, and Setch should be on the right. Because it usually puts people in alphabetical order. But it just doesn't with us for some reason. I think we had that problem on the last STAG, too, where we were doing the Fallout show. I think you were on for that, were you?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah.
For at least part.
Anyways, oh yeah, you need a watch together link. Can you grab that, Setch?
I was just watching the actual stream.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at least it's not as delayed anymore now that you have ultra low latency.
Well, I need to do that for every gaming stream, and I usually forget. It's something I have to get into the habit of doing.
Well, the annoying thing for me was when YouTube auto changed mine off of ultra low latency and put it back onto normal latency. It's like, you fuck.
Well, what I have, because I set up through Streamlabs, or no, not Streamlabs. What's the one that does the share? Restream. It just does default settings on everything on YouTube, so I have to manually change it every time.
Oh, the way I do it, because you can set all that stuff on YouTube already. Just go to YouTube and do it like you normally would, and reuse settings and everything like that, so you don't have to reset that every time. And then when you go to Restream, you can tell it, instead of create event, you can hit the menu button and click the event that's already been created.
Okay, but I still need to create it for create event for Twitch and Kick.
There we
and
go. So
Twitter.
So I've got Discord for the actual chat. I've got Watch Together on one screen so I can keep up with the actual stream of what they're doing, and I have the other screen with the YouTube thing so I can see what chat's doing.
Yep. Yeah, Creed. I mean, that's just the way to do it, because those other ones don't have any other settings like that you would need to set. It's just YouTube that would try to set you back to the normal latency.
Okay, so just
Just do it through YouTube itself, and then when you go to Restream, just tell it to use the YouTube event you've already created. That way, it won't change any settings or anything like that. It'll just use that event, and then you can set up the rest of it while you're on Restream.
All right. I'll try to figure it out for next time I stream. That might even be later tonight. Who knows?
Yeah.
Different level designer creating the quest that ends up layered through the location. The quest is Lost to the Ages. It's created by Steve Cornett for Skyrim's Dawnguard DLC.
Oh no!
Oh,
Not Dawnguard!
wow.
Why did you have to mention Dawnguard?
It's so fucking bad.
£5 from Threadnought, thank you. Here we see Todd vicariously living out his fantasy of going home from his prison at Bethesda by telling other people about the places they can go. What? What? So you sometimes need 3 monitors just to manage a live stream. Don't know how y'all do it. I've got 2 monitors, but having a third one would definitely be helpful.
I agree.
Because
eventually I'm just going to have an entire wall.
You're going to have that hacker set up from the movie Swordfish. You're going to have the fucking Hydra. It's going to be 8 monitors all stacked on top of each other.
What we're going to eventually have is a series of robotic arms that hold up the monitors, and they'll move them in closer as like you look at each one and all the others pull back, so you can hyper-focus on one monitor at a time, then look over at another, and it comes forward automatically because you looked at it.
You want to know what's crazy? All right, this is another mini tangent.
Oh boy!
And of course, it would be a furry that did it. But a furry VR chatter and VTuber came up with a method to integrate their mental thoughts into a controller they built themselves so that they can make their ears move at a thought instead of like having to do things. And I love that every single comment underneath it has been like, Jesus Christ. Of course, it was a furry that invented a wireless controller that could be used for people with disabilities so that they could wiggle their ears. Of fucking course it was.
This just reminds me of that one Spider-Man comic. You could rewrite DNA on the fly. You could cure cancer. But I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn people into dinosaurs. It's that exact thing.
A better place through degeneracy.
Yep. It was just like, I just love that every single comment underneath it was like, of course it was. Of course.
Okay, somebody just said, I think it's Ricky Sod, it's like, and this is why furries work at NASA. Yeah, because the people who actually work out the specs for how somebody with a fucking tail would wear an EVA suit, that's somebody you want actually figuring out how a human with less problems is going to work in an EVA suit.
Yep.
So I do this shit for fun. But just what this guy was saying here just now, and I was going to comment it, and now the thought decided, oh, time to access that? That was random access memory. Boop.
Gotta
Sorry,
love
we're
when that
reformatting.
happens.
Lusty of the Ages has you exploring the existing landmass of Skyrim, revisiting some old dungeons as well as some new ones, collecting some quest objects for the end of the quest. I had been working on a location for Dawnguard as well, where all of its story was kind of tied within itself, and it was all visual storytelling mainly. This is the location here, and you approach it, and you feel some earthquakes as you're approaching the exterior. You continue to feel the earthquakes as you explore the interior of this location. And once you get to the main chasm here, you see that the whole dwarven ruin has been split in half by a massive earthquake at some point in the past.
Okay, yeah. The stuff I was going to mention about this is one of the things that I found exceptionally boring about Dawnguard, and also non-immersive. I mean, I actually like Skyrim. I'm one of those weirdos who like Skyrim for the exploration and discovery process. There's a lot of places in Skyrim I have not actually been to after all this time. But like in the image that you're seeing right now, with the way that stuff has fallen over to form bridges,
Yeah.
they do this so often, and it's just like you get the direct impression, I could not progress through any of this had this one thing not randomly happened at some point in the past to fall in this direction.
It doesn't look natural. It doesn't look like a. It looks like a very, very artificial. Oh, that's a huge coincidence.
Yeah.
There's three different columns that have fallen in three different directions.
Mm-hmm.
Just so you can get to that middle part, and just barely for each one of them. What are the odds?
Yep.
And they didn't fucking break upon impact.
Yep.
Yeah, like Seth said, this doesn't look natural. This looks like somebody had a gimmick in mind, and it goes to the design for the whole thing. And it just pulls me right out of it. It's just like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Like you had an interesting idea of, I could see a column that's fallen over, but have most of it be on one of the other land masses, and it's hanging out over that thing in the middle, right? And this thing in the middle, don't have it just be like one circular pillar that's here for some unknown fucking reason. I don't know how that was there and didn't get damaged when the fault split open in this earthquake. But yeah, so have that circular thing connected instead as like a lower peninsula that broke and fell down some. And so you run it along the column and jump down onto this, and now you're on this other side of the landmass instead.
Yeah.
It makes it a natural one-way.
And it also suggests that you need some skill. And you having alternate methods of getting around this also kind of rewards the exploration bug that I usually have. That's one thing I really like when you have a well-designed level, is like, okay, here's an obvious way. Oh, I found a way that's not so obvious. Or sometimes it's like, I'll cheese the way that you can scale certain angles. It's like, oh, I managed to get over this way. You didn't expect me to do that.
Yeah.
You explore the rest of the location, wind through these caverns, fighting Falmer and other creatures until you reach the summit where there's a massive dwarven machine that you then turn off and the earthquakes will stop. At some point, Steve must have played through this location or knew about it in some way and came to me and
Wait, was there a reason why that machine never got turned on?
Turned off.
No. You have to turn it off to stop the earthquakes. What turned it on? Why was it on?
I assume the dwarves.
How long has it been on?
Oh god, yeah, this doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because the dwarves disappeared because they started fucking with the heart of a god. That's why the entire race disappeared. It's explained in Morrowind. So we would have to assume that there was an insane coincidence that, oh, they built this earthquake machine and turned it on and then got vaporized.
Yeah, they lean in a lot of the lore to the, my brain wants to say Dunmer, but no. I'm trying to remember the actual elven name for the dwarves, but the
Dwemer.
Dwemer, yeah. They did. It's only Dwe and then Emmer. Okay, great. So they did all this stuff. It's like lost technology, and a lot of it delves into mysticism. And it's like that sounds really cool on the face of it. Now, why this? It's just we're just gonna have them do some random shit. It's just it's because it's unexplainable. It's just random shit. It's a gimmick, and I hate that.
Yeah. I mean, the entire game feels like gimmick, you know?
Yep, I agree. It all feels like each area, because it's all disconnected. Like, what theme could you use to make navigating this more interesting? Again, tie it into the idea of the Dragonborn as well. Why not give us a theme that could have made us navigate this more? What if Yusro Da could have been used to knock over said pillar to create a path?
That's actually a great concept, because imagine you come here and the gap that you have to cross is like, that's a little bit too far. I can't make it. I keep dying every time. Okay, well, if you had Whirlwind Sprint, you'd be able to get across. Maybe there are obstacles you can't get unless you get a particular dragon shout that would help you. So many of the dragon shouts have no real value in the game. You never use them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I feel the reason they don't incorporate that stuff, too, is because they don't want to run into a situation where it's like, oh, you didn't get this obscure shout that's not part of the main story? Well, you can't progress in this area. Where it's like,
that
I see the point, but at the same time, it just feels like the entire world is limited by this lack of like interconnectivity with stuff like that.
That's actually a problem that began surfacing in Fallout 3. People were commenting at the time, I remember, that you hardly had to specialize in anything, because if you ran into something that was an obstacle, there would be multiple ways, like, immediately around. It's like, oh, I gotta get through this thing. Do you have hacking? Okay, you can do that. Do you have lockpicking? Then you can do that. If you have this other skill, you can do that. And people would have things like, I've got 1,000 freaking lockpicks now, or excuse me, bobby pins, because I never need to use them. Because I could just hack, but the bobby pins were there anyway. Things like that.
Yeah, and I do like having the multiple options. The problem for me is, like, oftentimes there'll be a key, like, just 3 feet away. You just have to use the bare minimum of just look around.
Honestly, Bethesda would learn a lot of valuable, interesting ideas if they looked at Resident Evil, the original Resident Evils, more. Just that idea of how to navigate spaces and make it more interesting, and the idea of finding items in other alternate locations that would then give you access to a location you had previously visited but was locked.
Yeah, I rarely get that, but in like Fallout 4, occasionally, oh, hey, look, here's a lock that I can't get into now. I need to level up to get my lock picking up to where I can get in that, and I will come back to it. That's about the only time I get that experience.
Yeah, it's rather than having to be like, well, here's a vault door that you need an access code for. Okay, well, who would have the access codes? Then you go look around and you realize this is a military outpost, and like, okay, so someone with high clearance would have access codes. You're like, well, nobody in this outpost had the clearance codes available. So then you go find maybe another location in the game that's a military command point. It's like, okay, they'll likely have access codes for all these different doors.
And you find the general's body behind a desk. There you go.
Yep.
Say, there we go. I actually feel accomplished. I've done something. I looked around. I used my brain.
Immersive sim aspects like Dishonored. I mean, that would be a good one. Like, having more immersive sim put into your games, because your games, Bethesda's games specifically, are supposed to be immersive, and they just aren't.
Yeah, we're kind of stuck on this one bit right here, this one screenshot, because there's really so little to it when you think about it.
Yep. Like, it's not. This thing isn't even visually interesting. It just looks like, okay.
it's like the perfect representation of Skyrim as a whole.
Yeah.
Like, just the utter convenience and, like, shallowness to everything.
Yep. They're not immersive. They're immersed in shit.
Yeah.
And said, hey, this is a really fun map to play through. What do you think about if I were to add a quest NPC to your location that could kind of be a guide for the player through it, as well as, you know, explain some of the overarching Lost to the Ages quest narrative? And I thought that sounded like an awesome idea. So Steve started to layer Katria, a ghost, throughout the location. She starts out as a ghostly voice when you enter the tunnels.
Just look how bad this looks.
Why?
Just look at how bad. Again, the fucking pillars. You had 3 different pillars falling from 3 different angles that all perfectly hit this to stand there. Like, what
And
the fuck?
The explanation that he has for Katria is dumb. It's like, hey, we have this huge area that's really interesting. What if we threw in an NPC to bug you?
Yeah.
I remember. I remember Katria to me was just annoying. Just let me find shit. Let me discover shit on my own. Hey, over here. What are you? The little flying fucker on my shoulder from Link?
Navi.
Hey, listen.
Damn it.
Wait, Grindinus says, I remember what turned on the earthquake machine. Katria failed the lock puzzle. Oh my god.
Oh, that's right.
Wow.
Alright, at least there is an explanation for it, but,
So it's
Man.
all her fault. Okay, now I have to ask the question, how the fuck did she get to it? If the earthquake is what knocked all this shit over...
I would assume the dungeon was like... Because they said the Dwarven Rune was split by the earthquakes made by the earthquake machine.
Okay.
So I assume it was like an intact dungeon before she turned it on.
And then it just happened. All this stuff happened to fall perfectly
Yeah.
like this.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's super fucking lucky that, also, if the earthquakes are still happening, that these pillars that landed here in a super convenient position didn't get shaken out of that position in all that time.
Yeah. Or as somebody said, those are pipes, so they're even less stable. Like, holy shit.
2 of them are pipes, yeah.
Yeah, those
those
are
should
the
have
copper
bounced.
pipes.
In fact, I mean, how the hell is one even embedded?
Both of them are embedded. Look at it.
Uh,
I mean, one's embedded halfway in, so that is even more likely.
yeah.
Both of the pipes are embedded somehow.
Kree knows all about pipes? What the fuck, man? Chat is just always on. They never stop.
See, Kree works at the pipe plantation. That's how he knows.
No,
It's
he dogs my job. I work in
Okay,
a pipe
but
factory.
Oh. That's right. Kree just lays pipe all day. That's his job.
We love you, Kree. Well, I don't.
Oh, you don't love yourself?
No.
Oh, that explains a lot. Distant sound of bagpipes in the distance. I mean, that's pretty redundant.
No, it's not. It's fine.
That's just me.
Telling
Well,
you to turn back,
That's
that it's dangerous here. Once you hit the main chamber, she reveals herself. You see that it's a ghost you've been talking to. And she motions down to her corpse and says, it's dangerous here. She repeats it and says, if you need help, I can help you through the location.
Please be an actual corpse and not just a skeleton.
Yeah.
If you say no, she'll end up at the end near that dwarven machine. But if you say yes, she'll kind of follow you through the location fighting Falmer and other creatures as you make your way to the summit. And this made me kind of realize that we actually do have some objects in like unique elements in this location that we could use some explaining to the player, which would benefit us, because this is a little dwarven mechanism that when you impact it in some way, it spins to the top of its pole and then opens a door, unlocks.
Which, again, why logically does this exist? Like, did the Dwemer in this location just need to be autistically retarded and be like, we can't open our doors by pushing on them? That would be too normal.
And we definitely don't want the mechanism out here where we can easily get to it.
Yeah, it's got to be behind the door we want to open. It's like, why? And it can't just be a push button. That's too normal. We need it to be a thing that spins.
Master Sinfularius says that if you're not capable of understanding how to twist the column from behind the door, you don't deserve to pass the door. No.
This is a test, you see. It's a test of your Dwemer capabilities.
As we proceed to write the game for them. Honestly, it's probably like 90% of the enjoyment in the game is like there's so much stupid shit that's like, no, there has to be a reason. I must figure this out.
Yeah, it's again, this just logically, what fucking civilization anywhere would make a door that opens like this?
Italians?
The only explanation I could think, if it was like an intentional challenge thing for some reason, you know?
Yeah.
Like an obstacle
the Greeks
course.
actually did. The Greeks actually did. It's like the first steam engine was, which had a practical purpose, was for opening the door to an oracle's temple.
I will
Because
counter that they were trying to make it look more divine.
Right. I mean, they had a purpose behind it.
Yeah, but this is a spinny doodad you hit that spins. Like, you've taken divinity out of it. The divinity was that the door opened mysteriously as if by the gods themselves. Here, you know you did it. You just spun the little doobly-doo.
How bad can it be? Well, I, for one, am excited to find out. Pretty much the experience going into a Bethesda game.
Yeah.
$5 from Dark World XL. Thank you. I remember this location only because the weapon on her body is called, Zephyr, which had a unique enchantment which lets you draw the bow 30% faster.
Yeah, when your stealth archer build needs to become a machine gun build.
I guess that would be a way to write it off. As you said, if it was a test of some kind.
Yeah,
like,
that's...
If you were like, hey, we're putting you in this. This is to test your reasoning and logic capabilities and your puzzle solving. Whereas this is a test of you as a person. We want to see if you can rationally think through and understand like complex and situations. See if you can think outside the box. So basically, the Dwemer testing people for competency in a specific field.
I mean, that would be great if there was anything supporting that anywhere in the lore or surroundings. It's just, this is just thrown in as a gadget. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's a gimmick. It just like so much of Bethesda's stuff. It's all just gimmicks.
Like the rest of Skyrim.
Yeah.
Lock something somewhere else. And we have some visual storytelling here for it, but I was like, hey, Steve, do you think we could mention this to the player through Katria and kind of explain some of this? And he said that sounded good, so he explained some of these elements to the player. They didn't have a name on them, so he named them kinetic resonators, which I thought worked out pretty well. Steve and I collaborated back and forth on different elements like this throughout the location, but it all comes to a head at the end where you're in front of that big dwarven machine. There's 5 of those kinetic resonators placed throughout it, and you need to hit it in a certain order to solve the puzzle. And then the doors will open, the earthquakes will stop, and this part of the quest is completed as well.
What the fuck? I'm just looking at this and what a fucking convoluted mess this would be to exist in a world.
Yeah, think about the daily usage, the engineers and everything that are supposed to maintain this, the people that are actually trying to activate this thing for whatever reason they would want to.
Well,
What the fuck?
what gets me about it is how he explained the narrative process. There wasn't one.
Yeah.
Like, we came up with a gimmick, then we tried to figure out, we'll call this a kinetic resonator, and I thought that sounded cool.
And then we have to throw in the lampshade that you don't often see them, especially in Skyrim clans. Which, if you didn't see that, that's what Katria says.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh my god. Got it wrong, and will you see what happened to me? So if you get it wrong, will you die? Will the game actually have that consequence where you have to reload a save?
I have no idea.
And this bit right here where they're saying Katria's story linked to location story, you already explained why that was, because you had a story for the location more or less, but you decided that the character needed a guide.
Yep.
She didn't have a story because she didn't exist at that point.
Yeah.
Oh my god, if you get one wrong, it spawns enemies. Are you fucking for real?
You didn't know that?
No, I don't think I've done this dungeon, or if I have, I don't remember it.
Yeah, it's, I think the explanation in game is that it's supposed to be a test for budding resonant harmonics students. So basically, you better get it right, or you're gonna have to fight something. So this is Dwemer College for making noises with your mouth.
All of this is fucking stupid, and I hate it.
Also, better hope you actually care about using archery.
Well, lucky for you, I'm a stealth archer build.
It's like 99% of characters. Oh yeah, sure.
I'm a proud orc warrior who's a stealth archer build. I'm a proud Nord warrior who's a stealth archer build. I'm a proud elven mage who's a stealth archer.
A bad pattern, you'll get hit by a trap of some kind, an enemy will spawn. There's plenty of visual storytelling around the location where we're explaining the bad things that can happen. But the coolest thing that ended up happening here was Steve layered Katria's story into the location story by saying she's the one who put in the wrong pattern that caused the massive earthquake, and it's also why she's dead at the beginning of the location. So that
Why would she be dead at the beginning?
Yeah, you just fucked it, sir. You just fucked it.
So she
should be dead here.
I forgot that's what the deal was, too, that she set it off by fucking it up, but the students were expected to have to learn in the first place.
Yeah,
I mean, this was not designed as a self-destruct item.
So yeah, it just the test destroys this dwarven city. It splits it in two. Like what?
Apprentice Gimglash fucked it up, and now we have to evacuate.
Wait, okay, she's dead at the beginning because the ground opened and she fell. So you climbed up here? I guess that's not made clear.
Okay, yeah, her body is down in the big old gash in the middle of the floor. That's literally what that pipe is there for, so you can access her body.
Yeah,
I know, but is this and also access the other side of the whole fucking place?
The only way it makes any sense to me is that she had to have fucked this up and then run for it.
And this would have to be way above somewhere.
Yeah.
But as you said, like, why would the Dwemer build this machine? And obviously, it would have had to have gotten used.
I can explain it, Setch. I can explain it. This is the Elder Scrolls equivalent of Chernobyl.
God.
I told them not to use cobalt on the control rods.
3.6 Dwemer. Not great, not terrible. Ah,
God, this is so fucking dumb. Like, I'm trying not to be mean to these people, but what a shit fucking dungeon. Holy shit.
You know, that's what they should have had instead of the earthquake thing. Make it the earthquake thing if you have a catastrophic fuck up where you actually damage the engine, maybe. But if you just have a regular fuck up, you start taking radiation damage. Just suddenly you have the red plus numbers pop up on the side. You're like, wait a minute, what the? Same engine, why not?
So it is up above the rest of the ruin. Okay. And
Yeah.
she did fall. All right.
This is up at the top.
Okay. So at least it makes sense for her body to be there, rather than, you know, this is the end of the dungeon, and she has to walk 5 miles to get back to the entrance where she died.
Yeah. Okay, but again, then the other point still stands of, like, why would they ever have this machine be capable of creating earthquakes to begin with?
Admiral Tony, it's radiation. It might fall out with elves and magic. It's magical radiation.
Yeah, remember, that's what they wanted to do in Fallout. Literally do radiation magic. That originally was going to be in Fallout 4. God, at least somebody stopped Emil at that point. Somebody finally said no.
No, they didn't. The magic system had been pulled out of Skyrim, and that's why they didn't do it.
I'm taking that as somebody, like, heard that idea and did it intentionally. Ripped out the magic system and was like, oh, whoopsie, magic's gone.
Yeah, just every piece of information I learn about this company and their process just reveals why everything is so bad. Like, I'm still, to this day, in shock that ML had the self-awareness to not make you the leader of the Brotherhood in Fallout 4. Because, oh, that would be really silly if everyone sided with Maxon, and then they suddenly sided with you when you took him out. It's like, holy shit, we were a cunt hair away from disaster.
Yep.
Well, a bigger disaster.
Yeah, a bigger disaster.
That ties in really well with the story I already had for this location. He also layered in a journal onto Katria's corpse that not only explains some Lost to the Ages quest threads you can pick up to find dungeons nearby to keep the quest going, but also final moments from Katria where she writes about this location in her journal and gives the player some hints to starting puzzle solutions at the end. So like I had said, many...
So she knew the puzzle solution. And you saw how far apart they were. So she knew the puzzle solution. She's left hints and everything for it, and she still fucked it up?
I'm guessing she partially solved it and got it wrong. Mm-hmm. And
that's what I'm recalling.
Yeah. Because I assume they wouldn't be that dumb to just outright say, oh yeah, she solved it, but still got it wrong somehow.
Yeah, what annoyed me is that they could have simply just had more of that. It's hardly the first time that they've used notes to lead a player through and say, okay, here's information, here's other people who've explored, here's the problems they ran into, you put it together. It's like, okay, great. Instead, you literally have a ghost, well, not hand-holding you because there's no hand there, but...
Yeah.
No, that was literally, I was just leaving off at point.
It sounded like there was more. I was like, wait, what? Why did he stop?
It's like sometimes I'll end a statement with, blah, 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 so, and just drop it. And then you've got many level designers learn quest tools. Now, it's good to have people cross-pollinating in different fields, especially when they touch on the same thing. But everything that we've heard about their process so far kind of makes me wonder how many cooks are involved now.
Yeah, because it just sounds like everyone does everything.
While at the same time, they segregate the hell out of the process.
Somehow, yeah. I thought the stream died. What the hell? Yeah, I thought he died. Like, what the fuck?
Albeck suddenly falls over dead. Just
blah, 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 but...
Many level designers are learning Many level designers are learning the quest tools and get more familiar with them, and this starts to develop kind of a shared language between quest and level design, and this language deepens our collaboration going forward onto future projects. So now we're moving forward to Fallout 4, and as I had said, many level designers, including myself, have messed with the quest design tools more and more and are developing that shared language with the quest design team. And
these are all good things. These are all good things they're talking about so far.
You know, I was about to say I'm immediately frustrated upon seeing this quest, but that's going to be true for any quest they brought up for Fallout 4. They're all bad. Also, its second Pippa profile picture has hit the chat. Because the person who said, I thought the stream died, what the hell, is from Gritter, and then voices will not stop. Is that a second Pippa profile picture? The hive mind grows.
One's looking off to the side, one's looking directly at you.
Now we need one looking off to the other side.
Yes. We'll have a triumvirate.
I'm going to talk about a larger scale, but back to a more typical example of quest and level collaboration. So the quest is The Last Voyage of the USS Constitution, created by Ferret Bodwin, who sadly passed away during the production of Starfield.
What?
This quest, the fucking robot.
Yeah.
Fucking quest.
Yeah, it's terrible. Unfortunate to hear the guy passed away, of course, but I'm sorry, it's still a bad quest. That doesn't certainly make it good.
Perhaps he found a chest of doubloons.
Oh, God.
Ferret and I were teamed up to work on this location, and he came to me with a pitch of this World War I ship, the USS Constitution, moored on top of a bank here rather than...
This World War I?
World War I? That's not World War I at all, you fucking idiot.
What are you talking about? They still had sail ships,
they
like,
did not
with
have
cannons.
Sail ships. No,
They did. Yeah, they were using classic cannons and sail ships, but as recently as World War II. Okay, this is absolutely a ship from World War I. What did Threadnought say? What did Threadnought say? I'm looking for it in chat. I don't see it.
Okay. All right, hang on. Someone said this was the pitch. Okay, I missed the part where he said this was the pitch for the idea, because that was like, holy shit, like World War I Age of Sail ship. And it's like, what? Okay, it's fine. Apparently, this was the pitch, the idea. Let's go back. I want to hear him say that this was the pitch.
Voyage of the USS Constitution, created by Ferret Bodwin, who sadly passed away during the production of Starfield. Ferret and I were teamed up to work on this location, and he came to me with a pitch of this World War I ship, the
Okay, a pitch. All right, yeah. Thank you. Okay.
USS Constitution, moored on top of a bank here rather than nearby in the water where it actually is in real life, near Boston. And he wanted...
Wait.
I mean, the Constitution actually...
He said it's specifically the one that's moored there in Boston.
Yeah. The thing is, the Constitution is in Boston. And
the unfortunate thing is it's not a World War I ship!
Yeah, I was going to say, I was waiting for the moment where he might catch himself. But no, he was talking about it the whole time. It's like, this was the bitch.
Oh, he fucked up. He thought it was from World War I. Jesus Christ. Yeah, so originally I thought a pitch. Well, it was World War I. Oh, we're just going to change it to the Age of Sail one.
Imagine if they had completely fucked it up throughout the design process. It's like, yes, use the USS Constitution, but everybody talks like they're and dresses like they're U.S. Navy from World War I.
Yeah. And they refer to it as the USS Constitution fought in World War I. It's like, no.
I mean, still commissioned all the way up to the modern day, but it's a training vessel, never involved in World War I, so...
Yeah. That's fucking incredible.
Just a mental
Nobody at
image of.
Bethesda-
Americans,
You're-
are you going to be sending anything to help us out in Jutland? Well, we got this old square rigger.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know what? We're going to send you old Ironsides. Like, what?
We're keeping the Texas back. You can have our signs.
Yeah. But this is just fucking incredible. Did nobody at Bethesda, nobody, and again, including the guy who unfortunately passed away later, but nobody typed in World War I ship once in this entire process. Trust me, you will not see sales.
Yes, you will. This is a
See-
classic World War One ship. They had thousands of these in World War One.
I'm trying to think if
I
any of
mean-
the offshoot countries might have still had a ship with sails on it. If any,
I mean,
any single one of like the Ottoman ships, maybe.
I liked the idea of them having the Constitution in the game because Boston, and it's part of Boston. I just hated what they did with it.
The quest is really dumb, and I hate
everything.
it.
It just the robots aren't even all that terrible, all things considered. If you had to come up with some reason for why it's doing what it's doing, but even the opposing faction that they have to deal with is so fucking retarded and on rails. I hate it.
Especially considering they fucking betray you at the end for no good reason.
Yeah,
Making your
we
point,
said-
making your choice of fucking over the robots entirely pointless.
we decided to screw you out of your share. Oh, me and the heavily armed person that I am.
Yeah, and this is something I think I mentioned in the Fallout 4 analysis, but like that stupid diner quest that you can finish in a minute. If you walk up in power armor, the drug dealer guy will go, "Whoa, power armor," and something else, but he'll acknowledge you're in power armor. Whereas the dumb bitch in this quest is like, "Yeah, we decided to cut you out of your share, and we're gonna have to kill you so you can't spread word of what happened here." And like my character is decked out in power armor, Enclave power armor, and she still like doesn't even perceive this.
And I'm sorry, but if she's going to do you anyways, why tell you to your face?
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have waited for you to get in front of a like vulnerable position, go into a kill zone or something, and then all opened up on you.
You know why? I can guarantee right now, they had her say it because they knew a lot of players wouldn't understand they were being betrayed, and thought they triggered something that, like, accidentally triggered something that pissed them off, like picking up the wrong item or going to a restricted area, and a lot of players would reload because of that and keep running into the problem, and then start
could've
asking
solved-
online.
You could have
But
solved that by having them scream out, "Now shoot the bastard!"
Yeah,
Something like that.
yeah, you
Or
could have.
better yet, have the argument about your share happen on the deck while you're there. You know, and then it's just like, hey, this guy didn't do anything. I say we take it all for ourselves. No, you're an idiot. He'll kill all of us. Screw it. I can take the guy. Yeah, right here, we're coming up with something better in like 5 minutes. Instead, it's like, no, we had a discussion and, you know, we voted. And this all happened last night.
This all happened within the last 30 minutes.
The dramatic portion that would have made this interesting went off camera.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
Just fucking incredible. Just this is just fucking incredible. The fact that again Bethesda thinks it's a World War I ship explains so much.
So I really want to see how they arrived through their process at the train wreck it was.
Wanted the player to be able to explore the immediate area of the bank, be able to get inside the interior of the ship and meet the crew members who are robots, and then get to the top deck and meet Captain Ironsides, who's a sentry bot. And Captain Ironsides will ask for help repairing some elements of the ship as well as the rocket engines so he can get this ship back in the water where it belongs. Farah also pitched some scavengers attacking at the start after you had finished meeting Ironsides, and then periodically throughout the quest as you're returning to repair different elements of the ship. This is how the whole quest starts. This is how it's established and everything. What I want to talk about now is Ferret and I's collaboration back and forth as we implemented the elements we kind of knew we wanted in here, as well as pushed on those elements to add to the gameplay and story in different ways. First off, we had the different elements around the ship that you repair, including the engines. I scripted up a system that would just use objects from around Fallout 4, because you pick up all kinds of random junk in Fallout to use the workshop system and craft things. So I layered that into this system, and it worked pretty well. Ferret played through it, and he's like, I like the repair setup, but what if we made it more personal to the player, where if they have a special stat on their character that could help them bypass the need to go get the resource or expend the resources, they could just repair it outright. And obviously that sounds like a good idea. So Ferret suggested a bunch of stat checks for the different stations, and I layered that into.
It's almost like you should have had that in the entire rest of the fucking game.
Yeah, and that should. Why was that something that somebody thought up afterwards? Like, oh yeah, we should do this thing that is bloody fucking obvious.
Especially when New Vegas has existed for years at this point.
Yeah.
Like, it's always been weird that this is the only quest that fucking does that.
I remember being surprised the first time. It's like, wait, there's another option?
It's almost like the skill system shouldn't have been removed.
No.
Into the scripting, and I think that was a big benefit to the quest. We didn't have a lot of those in other places in Fallout 4. Also...
No shit! We didn't have a lot of those in a lot of places in Fallout 4.
You don't say.
No! God!
It just... This is another thing, because the fact that this is the only quest that has it doesn't make it feel unique in a good way that, oh, hey, there's actual, like, something similar to skill checks here. It makes it feel out of place in the fact that, yeah, this is some decision that some dude just randomly decided he would put in. And not that this was, like, a choice from Bethesda themselves to include them. It's just... It would be like playing a World War I game, and then suddenly you get, like, an alien laser weapon as one of the items, like, one of the weapons you can use, because some dude just decided, hey, that would be cool to add. That's how out of place it feels, and, like, it's something that should obviously be in the rest of the game, but it actually kind of highlights the problem with Fallout 4, the fact that it exists, because it shows a way that the rest of the game could have improved that it just never got.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a laziness indicator.
Yeah.
After visiting or talking to Ironsides for the first time and kind of getting your quest info, future visits to this location required you to trek all the way through the interior of the ship to get to the top to talk to the crew members again. Ferret and I went back and forth on maybe how we could solve this. One was to move the fast travel marker to the top of the ship, but that didn't seem as in-world, and if you wanted to role play arriving to the ship and leaving, you still had to deal with trekking all the way up to the top.
The fucking notion of being able to roleplay in this game is farcical. Fuck off.
And that's not role-playing. That's just land navigation. There's no role that you're playing there. The word you're looking for is immersion.
I'm role-playing as someone who walked up to a location I've been to before.
Ping!
Jesus, that kind of scared me for a second.
Pain! Oh, the pain!
This is what we think role-playing is.
Well, I mean, yeah, it just explains again that Bethesda doesn't know what the fuck they're doing on any aspect anymore. This is why it totally makes sense why they're holding on to the RPG label. Because they think it's role-playing to walk to a location instead of fast travel. Oh my god.
Incredible. It's just incredible.
And literally any element of immersion. Role play.
And remember, too, the thing I was told was this presentation starts off well and gets worse and worse towards the end. We're still in the good era, I think. Because we haven't gotten to 76 or Starfield yet.
Oh, I haven't even gotten to the bigger point that I wanted to bitch about, but they haven't gotten there themselves yet, so.
Oh, so you've seen this before.
No, I have not seen this before, but I know where it's going.
So I pitched this idea and then worked with WorldArt to implement this automated robo elevator that kind of rises you up to the top of the ship when you arrive and takes you back down to the street level when you're leaving. Ferret had also played through the different scavenger attacks, and
Here we
we
are.
were really liking how those were shaping up, but Ferret wondered if there's a way we could add a name or a face to this faction. And if there's a place nearby, we could have them hole up and kind of have a little base for them. And I told him there was a good spot where I'd been spawning scavengers already, kind of down in an alley. So I worked with WorldArt to kind of turn some buildings into an old diner that the scavengers had made into a makeshift base. And then Ferret went in and layered in some named NPCs, some dialogue for them, so you can kind of get an idea of why they're doing what they're doing, why they're attacking the ship. And Ferret kept working on this little chunk of this area with the scavengers, and this ends up turning into a possible quest path where you can actually sabotage Ironsides in the ship, and that'll ultimately result in you getting double crossed by the scavengers if you take that path.
Okay, but why?
Which makes
This-
it completely pointless.
This whole thing they describe as an afterthought.
Yes.
Previously, all he had was scavengers spawning in. It's like, okay, they're just making random attacks on this giant ship. This was the point that I was going to get into. Actually making them into a base makes it a bit worse because you can see the totality of the force and resources that they have to take this ship down.
Yeah, there's what, 7 people there?
That even if you were to say that there's a quote unquote, there's a whole bunch of other unseen people, they are basically people with pipe rifles, light weapons, otherwise, maybe a couple of rocket launchers. What are they dealing with?
Military-grade robots.
A military-grade robot, which is captaining the ship in charge of a shitload of other robots infesting the ship, which itself has functional cannons for a broadside. This is the epitome of we're gonna be the guy.
I'm the guy.
Even before you show up, these people should have been massacred.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't understand. They're the main character.
How they've been able to do anything to the ship, because apparently them getting inside and fucking it up is what set everything off in the first place. They're the ones who actually cause damage to the inside of the ship. So they've been able to breach it somehow. And I'm just sitting here with what? You guys don't have... Look, she doesn't even have any armor, not even the most basic shit.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, if I were running such an outfit, I'd be like, okay, first of all, if you're going to engage at all, it better be with rifles from behind cover and taking pot shots until we wear things down. If we see shit in the open, concentrate fire, bang, 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 take cover from return fire. But instead, we see them regularly charge the... In fact, the main battle is them basically charging the ship and also fighting from within the buildings, and that's the only smart thing they do. But they still don't have the massive force to do what they need to do, and they never did.
Honestly, this is a situation where guerrilla tactics and fighting would be the name of the game. Like, this should be the one where you send out small little teams, be like, okay, I want you, you're not going to engage the ship whatsoever. You are going to map out where all the robots are, where they go, where their guns are, or if there are any hard points to this position. Once we know where the hard points are, I'm going to send demo teams. Demo teams, you're going to use rockets and things like that to take out those hard points. And again, we're still not going to attack. We need to let the robots try to come out and form defensive perimeters or to shift from their positions into a less defensible position and actually attack it. Like, again, you need to, it needs to be a process. This is you're trying to siege a fortress, essentially. I know it doesn't look like a fortress, but it is. For all practical purposes,
Well, it's a
the US
fortified
Constitution is a
position.
fortress.
Now
Yeah.
they do explain that that's what they've been doing. Like this, they've apparently been here for weeks trying to crack this nut. And like I said before, they have been able to breach the lower levels and get inside and mess around. But by the time you show up, they're basically frustrated to the point where they're just about ready to go in a full out human wave assault.
Well, clearly they haven't been doing it like properly because, again, all the hard points still exist on the USS Constitution.
Yeah. So it's like they've been fucking it up with very limited success on a couple of occasions, but they're about to get themselves wiped out, and then you come along, and you're really the only chance that they have of surviving and taking the ship. And then, you being the linchpin for the entire assault, they turn around and do what?
Valor Mogulis.
I swear to God, this is multiple levels of I want to be the guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like that joke that Fat Electrician says. They audition to be the main character, but nope, they're absolutely not the main character in this story.
So yeah, anyways, that was the rant I wanted to get off my chest once we got to this point. I told you I saw it coming.
Well, yeah, once it was brought up, it's like, yeah, that makes sense.
I
God,
would
what a
like to
shit
point out,
quest.
though,
It's an
like
afterthought which was undercooked.
this is the part that's also going to annoy me. A ship needs cannons. Like, really? And you, Calvin, you said these are actually functional cannons, right?
Yep, but you fire entire broadsides.
How in the fuck do you do that?
Well, actually,
I hate to break it to people, but powder, like black powder, is not the same as modern gunpowder.
no, it ain't. And that is never
Dramatically
explained.
different.
Okay, I'm going to have to assume that you never actually did this quest or don't remember it. I remember it very, very specifically.
Yeah, I did not do this quest or anything. I gave up on Fallout 4 very early.
Those cannons are invisibly reloaded. Because during the main attack, you'll fire them multiple times.
So
they are also electrically fired from a distance. These are standard 17th century fucking guns that operate through fuses filled with powder. There's no place for a wire to go. And you don't see one hooked up to anything. If they were going to do this, at the minimum, they should have had okay, we're going to model a wire, because all the cannons are static. They don't move. There's no reason that you can't just model an actual wire, contact fuse going from cannon to cannon with the wire leading off the ship, because off the ship is where you set it off. Oh, I'm sorry. There's actually a trigger switch on the ship. You literally flip the switch and all the cannons go off. But here's the second problem. They all fire solid shot, and they all had none of them depress the guns.
Yeah.
The ship also doesn't move, so knowing exactly where that ball goes is easy. Hey guys, just don't be in this area. If it was firing grape shot, that'd be one thing. But no, they're solid
canister?
balls. No, they're not firing canister, just solid balls.
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying. If it was grape shot or even canister especially.
Oh, yes.
Holy shit. Fucking, I heard you like a fucking wall of shrapnel just flying right at
Mr. Bosun, double canister, if you please. Fuck, that would have wiped out most of them in one shot.
Yeah. And given how close range, fucking canister would have devastated these buildings. Absolutely, just devastated them.
Yeah, I mean, the broadside is an impressive gimmick, and especially the first time you do it, it's pretty cool. But that's it. It's really cool. It doesn't even seem to have any real effect on the battle. Every time I've tried it, I could see maybe one or two guys who get hit or damaged. But it's... Seriously, I don't see anything. It's like, okay, where's the big result that you would expect from this since it's built up to be that? There isn't one.
No. Voice Will Not Stop says, load the man-sized rat shot, Bosun. That's basically what grape shot and canister shot is. It's the man-sized rat shot.
I mean, even if all they did was, there's a specific name for it. When you literally just load debris into the gun, it would be more effective.
Yeah, that.
We've got shitloads of junk down below. In fact, that would have been great. They have you be a powder monkey for a bit. It's like, hey, these are all preloaded, but after the first shot, somebody has to go running around to find the charges to load in, and then just junk to fire from them. That would have actually been pretty cool.
I'm trying to remember what the official term is, because there is an official term. Grape shot has its own official thing. Grape shot's its own Grape shot's its own cannonballs. Like
broken glass, broken glass and silverware is its own thing.
Yeah. There was actually battle tactics on Age of Sail ships to actually throw in like any broken tools and things like that, throw them down the barrel. And I can't remember what it was called to fire those. In Mythbusters, they used cheese as cannon ammo once. Yep, and it was surprisingly effective when you had the proper cheeses.
Anything moving fast enough will hurt.
Yes.
Yeah. You can also extend the cannon's magazine, yet putting a single cannonball fills the whole magazine. That's the actual weapon that they give you that you can pick up and use, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, this entire quest is just fun. This is actually so much worse than I realized. I didn't pay that much attention to the mechanics of, like, the scavengers existing as you did, and I regret not including that in the video. Because I was just, like, talking about how the writing everywhere else was dumb.
I found the term. It's langrage.
There you go.
Yeah, langrage could be stones, nails, bolts, flints, bits of scrap, anything. Apart from the cannon.
Again, it's in times of desperation. When you're out on a ship at sea and you're getting attacked, like, you got to do what you got to do.
The other thing is, if you look right here, there's quite a bit of gun depression that you could do if anybody was actually manning the cannons.
The thing I would worry about with how steep this angle is, unless you properly know how to load the cannon, that ball is rolling right the fuck back out.
Yeah.
They are not, like, people think that they're press fitted in. The reason why you use the ramrod is because you use a bit of leather to wrap around the cannonball, and as you shove the cannonball in, the leather squeezes into the barrel with it to make it an airtight seal. And then you're just ramming it all the way down with the ramrod.
Also, notice how... Go ahead.
Yeah, as I say, but without that, because I doubt they're going to have leather swatches they're going to do this with. And it's just in there by gravity. And look at the angle this thing is at. That shit's rolling out.
But also...
And also... Yeah, go ahead.
These things are on wheels, and Kelbeck already said they don't move when they fire, but shouldn't they be rolling forward and out of their position?
They would roll against what's known as the gun rail.
Is there even one there? It's hard to tell.
There is.
Yeah, there is.
You can see it. It's there specifically because in a battle situation, when people load the guns and then they push the cannons forward back to get to a stable firing position, you push it against the gun rail. So the wheels will hit the gun rail.
Okay, yeah, I think I do see it there. It's just hard to tell with this screenshot, because it looks like it could be flat, but it kind of looks like it could be the rail there that you mentioned underneath, where the wheels are.
Yeah. Yep, and then there is a gun rail present.
And I was actually incorrect. I wanted to go ahead and correct myself because I was misremembering. You can see that pylon there with wires coming out that go to the back of the gun. So they did actually have the wires set up to trigger the charges. However, it's still a problem that nobody actually reloads these, but they are repeated fire weapons.
Yeah. It was actually an interesting benefit of having these cannons be on wheels, so that when they fired, they would actually violently kick back, because obviously it's a big old boom, right? And it has recoil. It would violently kick back, and it would hit the ropes that were holding it down. But this had the benefit of now the cannon is in position to be reloaded.
Exactly.
so that people don't have to lean out over the ship or over the water or anything like that. No, it's been kicked back into a position to be reloaded.
And I just wanted to get this from Master Ficus. I once got a ramrod stuck in my muzzle loader. Fortunately, it was after I loaded the shot, so it was very easy to remove. Never found the ramrod.
I would be super skeezed out. If I saw you do that, I was like, well, I know one way to get the ramrod out. I would be running for the fucking hills. Because trust me, if that ramrod had a little more pressure of being stuck in there, you just made a big fucking grenade in your own hand. I would not be anywhere near you if I saw you do that.
I'm presuming that was intended to be a joke, but
I hope so.
I'm ending it.
Yeah, I hope so, because that's really, really bad.
Also, World Art was adding a lot more elements to the World War I ship, the USS Constitution.
No, it's not a World War I ship.
I want to hear that again. Come on.
Or double crossed by the scavengers if you take that path. And also, World Art was adding a lot more elements to the World War I ship, the USS Constitution.
Keep saying USS Constitution. It's not a World War I ship. It's an actual fucking ship. Did none of you look up the USS Constitution? I mean, clearly you had to. You put in the Age of Sail. You put in the actual Constitution.
They're not going to be beholden to something someone wrote 20 years ago, okay?
Or 200.
or logic, or reason, or like this reality whatsoever.
I mean, it just makes perfect sense for Bethesda. Come the fuck on.
It just works.
This
is perfectly in line with Bethesda.
It truly is. I cannot believe that they keep calling it. Please tell me Patrician called out the fact that this is not a World War I ship.
I mean, the first time I could see it as a slip, but he's just reinforcing it.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm being gaslit.
This reminds me of when I fucked up and I said, "Oh yeah, it's like the Game Boy that was bombed in Pearl Harbor and survived."
Oh God.
1991, not 1941.
Yeah.
Kind of almost last of which is these cannons that were pretty much facing right where the scavengers are attacking. Everybody who played through this sequence wanted to fire the cannons in some way. So fair.
Okay. And so then this is what you do. If people ask you that, people are like, man, it'd be really cool if we could do a broadside with this. Be like, okay. How did you make black powder? How did you load these cannons? How are you keeping them loaded when they're at this like severe of an angle? Like, I'm sorry, you need to actually work them through this process and explain to them, like, okay, they won't fucking work like that. They don't work.
All right, you know what? I would have given it to them as a one-time thing that this is like rigged up. It's set for one broadside. They don't have anything to reload with. They basically jerry-rigged it with whatever they could find. But at the same time, these are original guns, and they're firing what would be non-standard loads of whatever they can find. Yep. So one or more of the guns should have blown the fuck up on the deck.
Yes, and I would like to point out something I just noticed. Do not move from the screen. We're getting some Gary's Mod fucking wire mod here on the screen itself. What is that?
The
what
terminal.
Is that wire connected to? Yeah, the wire is hovering in the air to the terminal. Mm-hmm. Look through the screen because there's no screen on that computer. There's no back on the computer either. There's just a wire sticking into the thin air. Like a Gmod fucking prop that has been wired together with wire tool.
And the more they explain this, the more they keep mentioning that, oh, as we went through this, we kept adding things because somebody came up with an idea in the middle of doing this.
Yep.
It's like, this isn't something where somebody worked it all out and said, okay, we've got everything in mind, now implement. No, it's just kind of like, we want to do a thing. Okay, slap it on. Somebody had an idea. Add that in. Add that in. Add that in.
I mean, and that's okay to do too if like it's stuff that fits and works with what you've got going. But here it just sounds like it feels like they're throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks.
It's shit that you should come up with during the initial design process. These are our goals. We came up with this idea. Have yourself a sit down with everybody. Hey, what would be cool to do here? Because it's obvious that somebody came up with the idea once they saw what was going on, but they weren't introduced to it until this deep into the process.
Yeah.
That's how you get feature creep. That's how things wind up falling over each other because stuff wasn't originally tested with other stuff. It's how bugs and fucking glitches pop in. It's how you get Bethesda magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just occurred to me that's exactly how a lot of this shit probably happens.
Yep. Something you could write in a design document. Hey! Exactly.
It's almost like they're modding the game as they build it.
Yeah. I have no idea how they think the USS Constitution is a World War I ship. But
I mean,
it does not surprise me in the slightest because I have come to expect so little. Actually, I guess I'm more surprised that I've come to expect so little of you and I'm still disappointed.
oh, but also something that he just said, the reason that they were doing this is like, hey, people wanted to be able to fire the cannons and see it have an effect on the people who are attacking. Yeah, the people who can see in the weeks of the siege that have gone so far where the cannons are pointing and how to easily not be in front of the cannons.
Yep. Also, the cannons explode. Like, I'm pretty sure I saw that sequence, right? Where
No, they don't, but they should.
No. Sorry, the cannonballs explode, which is not what Solid Shot does.
No, you have to have the specific bomb load, which itself is very difficult to pull off.
Yeah, which is what was only put in mortars for very good reason.
Yeah.
And I started talking about maybe ways we could solve this, and that's when he reminded me that the
Well, yeah, they explode. That's not what cannonballs do.
They just pop like balloons on impact.
Bethesda, I know the movie The Patriot was out for at least a decade before you did Fallout 4. Not a single one of you watched. Like, the Patriot actually got what cannons do correct. Where the cannon, where the artillerymen, the cannoneers missed, but the balls would hit the ground and then bounce and turn into fucking bowling balls of death.
No, I understand why they did not do this from a design standpoint. Because while that would have all been cool and accurate and neat, it also would have introduced all kinds of physics shit that they definitely didn't want to deal with. Because you would have had to actually have the ball at least spawned at the end of the gun so it can go down there, impact something, and God forbid that it doesn't clip through, that it actually hits the intended target. It's so much easier to just say, hey, we have a special effect of the guns going off, smoke all over the place, and then pre-placed explosive results.
What they could have done instead, and made it even easier, was say, we didn't have any cannonballs, so we just loaded them with whatever we could.
Yeah, just make it literally shot.
They just loaded it with all the scrap and nonsense they could find with it. They're just shrapnel cannons.
And then instead of explosions down there, you would just see more smoke puffs from the impact of the shot.
Yep.
Yeah, but that's not as bombastic and cool as lots of explosions for no fucking reason.
Trust me, it'll look really fucking cool. If you turn towards the guns, you would see like a fire effect, because more of the pressure would be able to get out around the shot on all the materials in it. So you would have this like interesting conal effect burst out of the front of the cannons. Because unlike a cannonball, which would cover a lot of it, and you can't get as much pressure around it, which is what causes that vapor boom at the end. It's hard to explain. Yeah, basically the muzzle flash will be directed forward more instead of out around in a cone or out around in a circle. Sorry, out of the end of the barrel once the cannonball leaves, because some of the pressure is able to escape around the shrapnel that would be in the barrel itself.
Yeah, instead we got Michael Bay.
Yeah.
So the end reward of this quest is actually a weapon called the Broadsider, and it's a small cannon you can hold that shoots small cannonballs. With that reminder that was in the game, I was able to easily set up these cannons to fire down the whole line of them when you pull the circuit breaker here, and then after a short cooldown, you can use it again.
Ow.
Yeah, exactly.
Ow. How is that fucking
After a
possible?
short cooldown?
Well, as you know,
cooldown.
much like how miniguns heat up and turn red when you fire them, a cannon needs a cooldown period to literally cool down so you can fire it again.
Here's what I want to know. Even if you thought this was a World War I ship, even in World War II, we didn't have cannons that did this properly. Actual big fucking cannons. Like,
And Daniel, that's exactly what I was saying before. Yes, have a robot go around and reload them.
That would take too much work.
It would take minimum amounts of animation.
They literally would not make an animation for one ghoul painting another ghoul in Nuka World. There's no fucking way they're gonna make an animation for robots reloading a cannon, or the cannons to even fucking move.
I want my immersion to have the dinghy go up and down, but I don't want my immersion for the cannons to go boom de boom.
No, that's not immersion, that's role-playing. Oh my god.
You're enjoying my suffering, aren't you?
I'm enjoying everyone's suffering. I think I deserve to after I do so much suffering for this channel. They made an animation for Piper flailing her arms at someone who can't see her. God damn
She flails them later at McDonough.
She probably does, yeah.
And that's it. It's like, it's throwing free speech into the trash.
God, I fucking hate Piper.
She's an excellent example of a journalist, though.
I was about to say, fucking silence journalist. I really do hate her.
let us not forget about the lever action rifle. Always loads 5 bullets. Excuse me?
What?
What?
I think that's the reload animation where it'll go through a full 5 bullets.
Oh.
If it only fires one.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, they don't have the animation things set up. Which was funny, because there was a video, somebody posted a thing where it was a comparison between, thanks, Brady, Left 4 Dead reload animations versus Fallout animations, reload animations. And just how much better the Left 4 Dead ones are, like, across the board.
You could start lining up games that do it better than Fallout.
Oh, of course. But one of the biggest ones was that Left 4 Dead did proper counted loads for, like, shotguns and everything beforehand, way before Fallout 4.
Let's not get into brass ejecting from the wrong side of the weapon and into your face.
let's not get brass ejecting through the weapon. Like, it doesn't even come out of the ejection point. Yeah. It literally shoots out of the top of the weapon where there isn't one.
And then Ferret went in and added in an optional objective to the attacks that would remind the player that these cannons are available for use after their cooldown. So you have helped Ironsides repair the ship. You've dealt with the scavengers. He sends you over to flip one last circuit breaker from a good vantage point. And you pull the circuit breaker, it powers up the engines, and then the players get this reward at the end. And this is just a gift.
A reward. Yes, thank you. It's such a reward seeing Fallout get fucking pissed on with your fucking stupidity.
Yeah.
God, I remember when Fallout 4 first came out, people posting screenshots of this thing flying through the sky, and like, I was praying that it wasn't real. Like, there's no way they actually put that into the fucking game, is there? No, they did.
Now, one thing I actually do like to do with this moment here is if I've got power armor with the jetpack on it, I will trigger the thing, run over, and ride the fucking ship to the other building.
Oh, that is possible.
Yes.
Oh.
And it's a bit of an experience. It's over very quickly, but I'll take my roller coaster when I can get it.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll do that next time I fucking... Well, maybe I'll never have to deal with this quest again for videos, so maybe I'll just fucking go in and see what that's like to ride the ship in power armor.
Yeah, you got to either do it with the jetpack, because otherwise you will not get there in time.
Yeah.
Or just no clip over if you're lazy.
Yeah, I might.
There's no audio.
God,
But
it's
the
so
rear
dumb.
engines kick in by themselves at first and kind of drags the ship off of the bank. And just before it falls into the water, the front engines kick in and keep it afloat.
God,
And if you were wondering, you can actually jump across the buildings to my left and actually hitch a ride on this thing and just ride it over to where it ends up. You won't survive it, though. We had to put a kill trigger in. The loader couldn't keep up with how fast the player was moving, so we kind of had to end it. But
God,
I don't have a problem with that.
I hate that so fucking much.
That is
It's
so
like
stupid.
the perfect representation of here's a once serious franchise that they're just turning into silly bullshit. Oh look, a bunch of robots have taken over the Constitution and they're trying to fly it to the ocean so they can partake in the war that happened over 200 years ago and resulted in the entire planet getting nuked. Look at that, they crashed into another building. Isn't that amusing? No, fuck off.
And yeah, it's like, don't you clip? Senator Abby Strong is like, don't you clip through the ship halfway on the right? I don't remember that being an issue. I remember riding it all the way over, and the ship is there for you to go and visit in the other building, anyways, later. So. I seem to recall the model being intact, at least if you're writing it on the outside. The inside is not there.
They took a historical ship, brought it inland, fitted it with rockets, and filled it with robots. It's the equivalent of watermarking the Declaration of Independence with a QR code.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck, that is good. You know what? Maybe I'll include your criticisms of this quest, Calbeck, in, like, the stuff I missed section in the final part of the analysis. And I'll include that fucking comment in it as well.
Feel free.
But Fallout has always
Because
been...
this was...
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. This was one of the parts of the game that I really wanted to enjoy. I wanted to get into this. Because it seemed to me like, at least on the face of it, there was so much potential. But again, it's like it's half-baked, it's thrown together as they go, and it shows.
But Fallout has always been goofy, guys. Stop complaining, Chudler. God, I genuinely cannot fucking stand the people who make the argument of, oh, Fallout has always been wacky, silly, fucking weird.
You know, kids have always eaten total cereal with sugar on it, so if we replace 99% of the cereal with sugar, you shouldn't complain. It's like, here's a spoonful. No, now it's the entire fucking bowl. We even removed the milk.
Oh, God. Just sounds
It's just sugar with a couple of flakes in it. That's what this feels like.
so Fair and I's collaboration didn't end there. We now have a World War I ship in the Boston skyline at the...
Oh my god!
3 times! many times is enemy action? Fuck you.
Please tell me Patrician called that out too. Please.
This
My
has to
God.
be trolling. He has to be fucking doing this to drum up engagement so people will bitch at him for it. Nobody is this retarded.
Fucking incredible.
God damn
The top of one of the skyscrapers. You can see it now from everywhere on the map. We're trying to figure out how to get the player up there and the least amount of changes to the game. And I ended up pitching this idea and kind of going with an elevator that takes you from the bottom floor to the top. And it's some empty rooms up there, and you can explore a little bit of them and loot some stuff. After the state change of the crash, that same elevator just drops you out onto the wreck. And then Ferret went in, added some post-quest dialogue to the crew robots, as well as Captain Ironsides, where Captain Ironsides doubles down on the fact that this mission has been a success, and by his calculations, in a mere century, will take to the seas.
I mean, the water was right there.
Yeah.
They went over it and missed it in order to hit the building.
Yeah, because that's funny. Incredibly funny. So funny that the three of us cannot stop laughing right now, this second, at the idea of they could have gone into the water, but they flew into a building. And it's going to take them another century to reach the ocean.
Ha.
Jesus. That's a pretty intense hate. I prefer the way I do it. Hate.
I can't hit that pitch.
To quote one of my favorite scenes from The Office, I'm going to kill myself.
Yeah. Well, hey, at least now we know that Bethesda was really invested in this quest of the World War I ship that's being piloted by Civil War robots.
Civil War. Get over here.
No.
So it really benefits you to kind of learn.
I would like to note that all of you should be speaking English to begin with, so this slide is stupid.
I'm pretty sure he means technical
I know what he
jargon,
means.
but
I know what he means intentionally, but this.
But again, this should be for baseline level stuff. This is when you're starting out, not in the middle or on the way.
Bethesda, it is indeed helpful if everyone on your team speaks English.
Okay, I'm going to do a thing here. I don't understand what you just said. I'm going to do a thing here. Well, a few months from now, I'll figure out what that means.
Yeah.
Yes, Setch, both Patrician and his co-host Private Sessions noticed and were not pleased with World War I label.
Good.
Yeah, I had a feeling that's something they would pick up and be like, wait, what the fuck?
Just the fact that he did it 3 times.
Yeah, like, the first time you can excuse as, like, oh, okay, he probably misspoke. Because that happens.
Yeah.
People misspeak. And, like, even 3 times would be excusable if they were in quick succession, Because that's what happened with me when I did the fucking Pearl Harbor Game Boy thing. Instead of, what was it actually in? The,
Gulf War.
Huh?
That was my war, Gulf War.
The Gulf War, yeah. I had completely forgotten the name of that. I just knew a Game Boy survived being bombed in a war, and was still usable, and it was in a museum. And for some reason, my mind auto-completed to Pearl Harbor instead. And I was explaining the story, and I said, like, yeah, Pearl Harbor 3 or 4 times in a row. It's like, that's still more...
I'm sorry. You're giving me a horrible, horrible mental image here of some guy aboard the USS Arizona just in his bunk playing on a Game Boy when the bomb drops through the deck next to him.
Oh, God.
And they like recover this from the ocean floor 50 years later. Yep, still plays.
But yeah, that was at least in quick succession, and not like he mentions it once, goes on talking about the subject for several minutes, mentions it again, goes on talking about several minutes, and then mentions it again. It's like, Jesus Christ. Okay, sure.
And I mean, the second time the way he's talking, he could just have said USS Constitution.
Yeah.
But he makes a point to say the World War I ship, USS Constitution. There is, because it's been constantly in service the entire time, there's never been another Constitution. There is no other era that you need to separate it from, which makes me think more and more this was deliberate.
Yeah, could be, yeah, but what does he gain directly from it? Because it's not like this is on
Fake
his...
engagement.
Well, first of all, I don't think you want engagement on this, but second of all, like, it's not on his YouTube channel. This is GDC. You know, it's not just a YouTube video where, like, pronouncing a word wrong is going to get you tons of engagement because people will be correcting you.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that it's going to get talked about and people are going to reference back to this. And it's not like he's going to monetize the engagement. But if people are bitching about this, say, and it transfers over to X or whatever, and there's a hoorah about it, then they get to mock all the chuds and say, you're upset over a little thing, and they make a big flame war about it.
I mean, I guess, but it also still just makes him look like an idiot for saying World War I ship, the USS Constitution.
Well, he's either an idiot or he's a malicious twat.
Learn or develop a shared language with the people you're collaborating with, especially if they're in other departments. It'll really benefit kind of the efficiency you hook up your content and kind of the options you have once you start pushing on it and putting it in different directions.
So after Fallout 4, Darrell and I get tapped to lead a DLC. And so now we are not only making content, but we have to plan and review content as well. So this ended up being Fallout 4 Far Harbor. And during the planning phase of Far Harbor, we had a very concise, clear set of goals. One of the big ones was we knew we wanted multiple endings. The base game of Fallout 4 had been out for a while when we were planning this DLC, and one of the big major points of feedback we got from both the press and our audience was they wanted more choices and consequences, a lot of that crunchy RPG story stuff.
Fucking shocking. I don't know how you guys didn't know this going into Fallout 4, especially with how much, like, everyone loved New Vegas. I know these guys weren't the leads behind Fallout 4, but, like, what the fuck, man? This is one of those things that just should have been obvious from the start.
Let's also bear in mind that Fallout 4 kind of got infamous real fast by having a season pass for, we're going to have all kinds of DLCs, and there were ultimately only 2 DLCs that actually had game content. I mean, you could say that there was like a mini DLC tacked on with
Automatron.
the whole Mechanist, with the Mechanist thing.
Yeah.
But that was so light as to be, I mean...
It was barely a DLC. There was like 2 or 3 dungeons, and you can modify your fucking robot waifu.
I mean, most of it was just, hey, here's stuff we should have included in the base game. And then Far Harbor and Nuka World. So you really only have 3 outings that you could even get. Oh, and of course, Automatron doesn't really have multiple endings either. But wasn't that the first one they put out? Of the ones that actually added content?
I don't know. I know Nuka World was last.
Yeah.
Because I remember that being Mr. Caption's thing in his video, where You have the main game that's dealing with the synth problem, blah blah blah. Then it should have gone Nuka World to give you a bit of a break from that, and then you wrap it up with returning to the whole synth problem in Far Harbor, and that would be a good way to end it, as opposed to Nuka World being the last one, where it's like just unrelated to everything else.
Yeah, according to El Claudio, yeah, Automatron was the first. So it's like, okay, here's some extra content, and it's just a completely binary story. And not much difference between the two either. It's like, you either help or kill the Mechanist, and it turns out to be a chick, and it's not the Mechanist from Fallout 3.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Sorry, Abby Strong was asking, wasn't the first DLC a settlement thing, adding ammo presses and whatnot? Yeah. Things that almost nobody uses, like the little ball tracks and shit.
I just don't see a point. Like, I feel like any Rube Goldberg machine you would make in the Settlement Workshop would just get fucked due to it being Bethesda. And would not work properly.
It's like, the ball is rolling. It got stuck on an invisible something or other. Nah. So then you've got Far Harbor here, which is really the first, possibly the only real DLC that has decent multiple endings. I mean, Nuka World really doesn't. It's binary. Either you kill all the gangs or you don't.
One of the gangs does betray you if you don't give them enough land. But that doesn't really seem to change anything. Which gangs you side with seems to be entirely pointless, aside from, I guess, whatever perk you get for the two that survive.
Yeah, and the only other actual in-game option as far as an ending is you kill all the gangs.
Yeah, which just ends the DLC immediately, pretty much.
That works for me. No, seriously, you mentioned this before in your playthrough, but the fact that Nuka World has you become a gang leader at the very end of the game, when you're high level and you're the one who's built up all these settlements.
Yeah.
It's the dumbest possible implementation.
In every way. Like, I can't express how many problems I found with that DLC, despite how stupid and fucking shallow it is. Like,
I have built up wealth and industry and population, and I will now loot my own pockets.
Yeah, it's just total nonsense. Like, okay, for anyone in chat who hasn't played Nuka World, there's 5 districts in Nuka World that you clean up, essentially, and dole out to your fucking 3 raider factions. And then you take a couple more in the Commonwealth, just random settlements. And this is set up in a way where I think each... One of the raider factions just turns on you because you're not giving them land fast enough, even if you're giving them, like, evenly, like, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 for each location you get. The one will turn on you before you could give them their 3rd area, because, fuck you, we need a forced conflict. But when you start going over in the Commonwealth, they're like, okay, we need to take over a settlement location, and you either need to go in and kill them all, or you need to scare them away. And they make this an option early on, so you have to pick, so the game can, like, force you down these really dumb paths. 1 second.
Remember when it was pointed out that we needed a Pippa icon looking to the other direction? Well, there is one now.
Nice.
Oh god, the Pippas are multiplying in chat.
The triumvirate is in effect. We're shit. We're fucked.
The meds stopped working.
That's great.
A lot of games do that, which is incredibly frustrating. Mafia 3 is another game that did that. We've talked about it in the
The
past.
forced conflict?
Yeah, where what happens is you have 3 different sub-gangs. You are the Mafia boss itself, and then you have 3 different gangs that work underneath you. You have the Italian mob, the Irish mob, and the Haitian mob that work for you. And what happens is you take over territory, and then you have a sit down with all 3 mob leaders, and you pick who takes that territory. So what naturally always happens is, it's like, hey, I want the Haitians to have this territory. Hey, I want the Irish to have this territory. And then once you've done that, the Italian guy's like, what the fuck? You haven't given us territory at all in ages. You fucking hate us or some shit? And stuff like that. And it's like, dude, you're getting the next one. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I hate that shit. But
luckily, they don't actually go into conflict with you unless you actually do spurn them, like, with even more in a row. But so what I would do is I would just take, like, I want the Haitians to have these neighborhoods. I want the Italians to have these neighborhoods. I want the Irish to have these neighborhoods where they're all connected together, because that just makes fucking sense.
And in this case, I mean, the only reason bringing it up in the first place is because this is by way of comparison to Far Harbor, which actually has different storylines and different endings, and there's more to it. And that's why people say this is the best of the DLCs. Personally, I really do like Nuka World, but it's only because I can screw with it so much in modding. And also, I like the fact that it actually has a functional roller coaster. That's kind of fun. But beyond that, it's a giant area that I can screw around and build in and mod the fuck out of. But Far Harbor, as a basic DLC, actually has a lot more going for it. I have to give it credit.
I also wasn't even close to finish what I was saying about Nuka World there.
Sorry,
No, it's fine. It's fine. I really want to go over it because I've started into it and it really bugs me. You need to choose, like, when you decide you're going to take a new settlement for the raider gangs, you need to choose whether you're going to attack it or intimidate them into going away. This is so the game can prepare in advance something that should not be possible, where, like, okay, I'm going to attack this settlement to kill everyone and take the settlement. Well, they shouldn't know in advance that you're attacking, but it's done this way so they can prepare defenses and extra bodies to fight against you. Which is really fucking dumb, and I hate it. But if you intimidate them and fail, the other option, they don't have anyone extra there to defend them. So if you go in to intimidate them and decide to just kill them, the quest fails. So if you successfully intimidate them, they just leave. So that's really fucking dumb. But worse than that, if you try to go to a settlement to take over that has no one there, and I've tried this because it ended up being a settlement I already owned, but I didn't have any human NPCs there. Buddy would say, "Oh, we can't intimidate anyone into leaving if there's no one there," forcing you into this incredibly stupid situation where you have to take a settlement that has people there, even, like, oh my god, it's so fucking dumb, I hate it. But this gets even worse, because they explain that, oh, how much money your raider settlement makes is based on how much stuff is produced at other nearby settlements that aren't under control of your raiders, because they'll be, leaning on them for, like, supplies and money or whatever. And it's like, but those are either going to be shit-ass settlements that I haven't touched yet, or they're going to be my own settlements that I built up, so I'm going to be stealing money from my left pocket to put into my right pocket.
No, you know what? I could fix this. I could absolutely fix this by turning the entire thing into a Marx Brothers movie. Because this is absolutely, as like Chico Marx would be explaining how this makes perfect sense. Harpo would be in charge of doing the raids, and you'd be Groucho, of course.
I mean,
you have to, because it's so absurd.
You could actually make this function in a non-post-apocalypse. That's how a lot of the mafia organizations and rackets actually work during Prohibition. Because what you would do is you would get a mafia man who was a doctor. He would then go to the government, petition to get medical alcohol usage. So they would be able to produce medical alcohol. They would then need to ship the medical alcohol from the factory, from the brewery where it's produced, to the doctor's office. So the truck drivers who are in on it would drive out the front gate, stop, and then two guys in a car would come out with guns and be like, "Oh no, I'm being robbed." You steal the vehicle, you then take it to go sell it on the black market, and the government then compensates the doctor for having lost the medical supply. So again, it works in where it's a functional society. It doesn't work in a game where you are the government, for lack of a better word.
I was going to say, yes, you're the government stealing. I am not only the authorities, but I am also the criminals going up against the authorities.
So you're the IRS? Wait, you said going
Yes.
against the authorities. I was thinking going against the people there for a second. I read it wrong.
I am the authority going against the people as the criminals going against the authorities against the people. Wait. Like I said, this is where it gets into fucking Groucho Marx territory. Okay, I can explain this in about 15 minutes. Just sit down, I'll leave and come back in 10.
Meanwhile, he's constantly just shaking that cigar.
Yes. Walking around hunched over, waggling the cigar. I swear to God, that'd make it... if this becomes an absurdist comedy, then okay, but it's all played straight, and it's just stupid.
The worst part of Nuka World is the world building. Like, why his theme park needs a bazillion kill machines before the Great War? Because fuck you, that's why. It's great reasoning, Bethesda, thank you. Hate.
Wanted multiple endings. We also knew we wanted to add more non-combat gameplay and solutions to quest content. We also knew that people were probably going to play this DLC after they had finished the base game, so we had to have high-level equipment added. And then we also wanted to continue the success we had in Skyrim and Fallout 4 by
Big mistake.
That was a huge mistake.
allowing the development team to experiment more during the DLC.
No!
One of those experimentations was we had 3 factions, and we gave ownership to the story for each faction to an individual quest designer each, so a different quest designer owned each faction. And one of the major
Oh my god, so the factions could actually be consistent because they were held by one person, unless they were either of you two who apparently capitulated to what your coworkers wanted all the time.
You'll notice the lack of story-related goals. Yeah.
Yep.
3
They were
factions,
all-
more outcomes. 5 factions, more outcomes.
Yeah.
Just keep adding factions. I mean,
The fact that the Cult of Adam are there fucking irritates me.
the fact that they consider number of factions to equal more outcomes instead of, you could just write a given faction deeper and get more outcomes.
Mm-hmm. I just saw Gritter in chat again. Oh, nice. 3 Pippas.
Yes, we were mentioning the formation of the triumvirate.
Yeah, I am not against chat being taken over by Pippas. A million more on the way. I love fucking Star Wars quotes just being thrown in like that.
things we did was give them more say over both the story but also all the outcomes. When we were planning the DLC originally, I only planned for about 3 outcomes for the ending. And by the time the quest designers finished up Far Harbor, they had added about a dozen to 15 endings, depending on which variations you count. Some of them were pretty small, but they were able to take choice consequences and reactivity a lot further than I thought was possible. We also added in more of those stat challenges that we had originally put in for the USS Constitution quest, so we added those everywhere. We also added in an entire new puzzle gameplay system. This was inspired by 90s, early 2000s virtual reality movies and sequences.
I heard
That's
a lot
not
of
a good thing.
I heard a lot of people hated these sections.
Well, I'll tell you, it's like right off the bat because it blows out what they had already established for canon for how computers and shit are supposed to work. Them going on with, oh yeah, this is based on 90s, basically cyber shit movies. No, it doesn't fit for Fallout. I mean, if you were going to do something like this would be like in old world blues where they really went off the rails because so did the science there.
Yeah.
There's no reason for this to be in Far Harbor.
Yeah.
If you hated Kellogg's memory section, you'll loathe this. Oh god.
Yeah, as Abby Strong pointed out, this is basically Lawnmower Man stuff.
Oh, dang it. I was going to reference Lawnmower Man. I didn't know how many people watched that movie.
I have
Yeah.
no idea what that is.
It was an
a-
extreme. Go ahead.
It was a movie about, and this is I'm going to talk in vagaries, not because I care about spoilers, but because I remember set pieces of the movie, like the iconic one where his mouth, his head appears over a brain, and then a lawnmower blades from a push mower form out of his mouth, and he runs it over the brain. And this is all in early CGI. So it is the most cartoony, plastic, like off-putting looking thing you have ever seen.
It's really trippy.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Even watching it right now, it's just like holy shit.
Let me see if
And
that's the thing's iconic. I'm gonna see if I can get a picture of
it really pushed CGI for the day, and then they went all out. There was a lot of say creative license involved, but also things that kind of traumatized a lot of people watching at the time.
the fucking brain thing was definitely up there for sure. Oh god, here we go. This is a perfect example. This is the CGI.
Just waiting on that to come through. Oh god.
Mm-hmm.
That does look like a video. That looks like someone's Gmod fucking thumbnail.
Like, again, incredibly impressive for the time, but also, like, obviously CGI, like, not even trying not to be, to the point where the story is that this is a virtual world, and he's, like, gone mad.
Lawnmower Man created the screaming soy jack. Yeah, I can see that.
Like this whole bit that we're actually seeing on the screen, building blocks of computer programs in simulation. And I was like, no, there's nothing in Fallout tech or concept that fits anything like this. This is way off the rails experimental stuff that you would not. I mean, how the hell does this exist in game? In any way, I know where this is supposed to be coming from, and goddamn it, it's what's the name of the character? Dima,
Yeah.
basically brother or half brother to Nick Valentine. It's like, okay, you're not even top tech. You're basically Gen 2.5 like he was. How are you coming up with this?
I unfortunately found it.
Yeah, it looks horrible. I hate it.
So to me, this was actually the bad part of Far Harbor, but they're also pumping it up as this is new puzzle gameplay. It's a mechanic they came up with. A lot of the other stuff that he's talking about is like, how many endings did he say? Like 15?
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's not complete bullshit. It's like, congratulations, you're getting on par with New Vegas, and it only took you the last, next to last DLC, and then you forgot all those lessons.
You're getting on par with a side quest from New Vegas in your entire DLC.
Mm-hmm.
How many endings does Far Harbor have?
He says 15. What's the actual answer?
I'm just looking.
This
There's
is
some that are just saying the best ending. Oh, these are the best endings. Fuck off. Tell me how many there are. Okay, you know what? Maybe it'll be on, where's the Fallout wiki? Why does it bring up a fucking talk page? Oh my god.
No actual information, just nerds arguing like we are.
Yeah, it appears to be. Alright, I don't care
Fallout
enough
3
to
is
find it
over
right now.
300.
That was, yeah. Or the one that really pissed us off was the Mass Effect 3 will not have a simple ABC ending. And then everyone was like, did you get away with it because it was red, green, and blue? Fuck you.
I mean, he may be legit because if you have 3 factions that each have their own faction lead and they're actually all interested in having multiple endings, I could see them managing 15, even if we are counting like side quest impact.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another pip on the show.
Yeah, I was about to say a fourth Pippa has hit the chat.
Well, that ruined the whole thing. Thanks for blowing the aesthetic.
No, you don't understand. The Pippa has engaged fully in the bunny. They are now multiplying like rabbits.
So a lot of bright colors, and the basic idea here was we needed to tap into and retrieve memories from an android, but we were able to complete an entire tower defense system within Fallout 4 in a matter of months by the end of the DLC.
That sounds
Why?
fucking nightmarish.
Why did you need a tower defense system? And
People
it took
like
you
tower
months? Dude, modders could have done that shit within a couple days. Just because you already had the sentries and everything built into base Fallout. Like, my god. Base Fallout
Yeah.
4.
Mhm.
God.
We just decided to do tower defense based on Dima's memory? Modders did this in a cave with a box of scraps.
Another thing that happened was we had artists who wanted to experiment with design. So one of our world artists, Nadia Hashert, wanted to write the story for the space she was working on. She pitched the story to me and Darl. We approved it. Great little tale. She wrote all the notes, but also used her art background to do illustrations to help sell the story.
Okay.
Yeah, also, Kree, we are approaching the limit you wanted.
Yeah, I realized that. I did say plus or minus a half hour.
Just let you know.
It feels like we're going to get through... Actually, we might not get through this section in the next half hour. Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
But I do definitely want to end soonish so I can get some dinner, take a bit of a break from streaming, and then maybe come back for a gaming stream if I feel like it.
Yeah, and then I'll walk you through the YouTube thing we were talking about earlier if you would like.
Yeah, when I get around to that, yeah.
Yeah. Because I'll just go ahead and set up my stream for tomorrow anyways at the same time.
All right.
Big thing we did is we wanted to continue to allow level...
Are they gonna do it? Are they gonna do it?
designers to experiment with quest design. And so Dee Langlois, who I had worked with on Skyrim, was tapped to do both a large quest, a big side quest, but also a really large location that would encapsulate the quest.
Oh my
and this ended up
God.
being the Brain Dead side quest in Far Harbor, which takes place in a vault and is a murder mystery involving robots.
Oh my God, they actually are going to talk about it.
And they sound like they're trying to take full credit for it. Well, there's a fresh new can of worms.
This comes at a really good time, actually, because if I If I had done the DLC video last year when I did the rest of the Fallout 4 analysis, then I wouldn't have this information. This would have come after the fact. Oh, this is gonna be good.
For our plans, but we experienced a lot of setbacks as we moved to actually make the entire DLC.
So now I'm going to talk about how we went about solving some project-wide problems that came.
So they just mentioned it, but didn't go into it in any depth. Okay.
Deny.
Yeah, denied.
It's like that. It's like that earlier. And they suggested me, and I initially said no.
God damn it.
Came up during Far Harbor, as well as kind of things we didn't solve and what we realized after we had finished Far Harbor, the mistakes we had made in some cases. So first off, the 3 different faction quest lines that Will had talked about ended up requiring more elaborate battle sequences than we had originally anticipated. We ended up calling in an experienced level designer, Steve Cornett, to come in and help out. And Steve had not only set up kind of scripted sequences like this before, but as I had mentioned in the atypical example before, he's worked with the quest tools. He's developed a shared language with the quest designers, so he's able to implement the attack as well as explain the needed elements to hook into the quests for the various quest designers that were running the faction quests. Kind of, they could communicate quickly and get this stuff done and kind of across the finish line in time. Also, the puzzles that represented the memory sequences in the game, I worked on myself along with one of our senior systems designer, Kurt Coleman, who worked on a lot of the workshop elements in Fallout 4.
All right. Once again, good. I know who to blame for this section when I come to hate it later on. If we keep getting Pippas in chat here, we may have a pink goo scenario on our hands. That is actually terrifying.
He and I worked on all of the puzzle elements for these puzzle sequences, and then I went in and made all 5 of the puzzle levels for the game. And the issues we ended up having with these were that puzzles could confuse the players at times, but ultimately overstay their welcome for most players. And the biggest issue was that we had made 5 puzzles, and the first 3 are mandatory, and the last 2 are optional. And I took full advantage of the optional puzzles by using all of the gameplay elements to make it kind of as fun and challenging as I could. I had been playing a lot of Portal 2 at the time and making a lot of Portal maps. That's also probably why a lot of this is in here. But
someone in chat earlier said this looked like a knockoff Portal. I think they might have been on the money there. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And again, just does not fit the aesthetic for the game at all.
No, this looks
Or,
like it's...
or the tech.
If you told me this screenshot was from Fallout 4, I would not believe you. This looks like it's from... honestly, like a fucking Tron game or something.
Or just one of those generic Steam puzzle games.
Yeah.
Actually, it reminds me of bits from the Geth storyline in Mass Effect 2. And again, that's far futuristic electronics and computer tech that they're talking about. Not the barely. I'm sorry, but as an old school computer geek, I look at Fallout through the years and how they have addressed things like how computers are used in society up to 2077. It's like by 2077, we are seeing the first video games in like monochrome that are just like knockoffs of Missile Command and whatnot. Those are the most advanced things.
Yeah.
In the general public, though, things like text games about Grognak, those are big and huge and just starting out. So it's like the tech to represent this kind of thing shouldn't even be there. This is so far beyond. It's like saying, hey, you know what? What if we took a modern day smartphone back to the 1980s and just expected that would be the norm?
Yeah.
Or just, I'm going through, it's 1984. I'm walking through the IBM offices and I find a fucking iPhone on a desk. That's how this feels.
Yeah, I just looking at this, I fucking hate that it's in Fallout. And like I said, I wouldn't believe it if you told me this was in Fallout if I hadn't seen, like, Mr. Caption's video talking about it in previous screenshots. And these two fucking talking about, yeah, this is Fallout 4. Like, what? This is Fallout? What the fuck?
The issue with the player is they would end up going into the first memory sequence, and after the third memory sequence, we'd pop an objective for them to come out to the main, land out of the virtual reality area, but we continue to pop objectives for the remaining memory sequences, and most players assumed they had to complete all 5 of them before they even left the memory sequence. And I believe most players played all of them. Also, our large location and large quest that was taken on by a solo level designer, D. Langlois, ended up being too much for one person to take on the way we had scoped it. We had kind of done what we had done on previous projects when a level designer took on, a location and a quest, or just a lot from another silo, like quest design, is just buffer some more time. And this time we did it again and just buffered more time. And we realized we actually needed to properly scope these, get buy-in from both quest and level production to actually get these completed properly.
How do you learn that along the way? You guys have been doing this shit for how long?
Yeah.
I actually zoned out on that because I was looking at chat and I noticed by coincidence we got the 4 Pippas in a row sending a message.
Wow.
Looks like those games you see on see kids playing on in TV shows and movies from Voices Will Not Stop. Ready Player No One from Anna Felina. From Gritter, I'm pretty sure Salt Factory thought these puzzles were good if my memory was right. Dude was on probably on 90 different types of drugs and mold. And Sierra Anderson, any level's good enough with weed.
Is good with enough weed.
Good. Oh yeah, good with enough weed.
What, dude?
Yeah, I just find it funny we got 4 Pippas in a row.
Man, I really enjoyed that whole building block thing, the glowing blue stuff.
Gonna hit the hay now, gentlemen. Good night. Congrats on the Pippa jackpot. See you later, Voices Will Not Stop.
Ching, 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 ching. What do you get for your win? Oh, pain.
See you for your win. You get put on a government watch list. Why? Oh no.
Anyways, so what did I miss this guy say? What did he learn in production that they should have known before?
Oh, okay. They had a large quest and an area layout, and they gave it to one guy. And they're talking about, so we kept buffering time for development. In other words, you kept running over your deadlines.
Oh.
Because you had one dude doing the entire thing. And we learned that, we need to actually, work things out and work more stuff out for other people. Like, this is basic shit. Look.
Yeah.
One of my degrees is in business administration, okay? Actually, computer applications and business administration was my first degree. And one of the things that they have entire chapters on is, here's how you lay out project management. And it's like none of these people have a clue. They stumble through it.
Yeah, because just hearing that they put one guy in this massive area, it's like, wait, what? Are you sure about that? Why?
And the fact that they're talking about in most of the rest of this stream that they didn't have or had to work up how people would communicate with each other and how they would. I mean, the closest they got to something smart was interdisciplinary learning along the way. That's just something that's supposed to be natural, actually, just from having an ongoing operation that's running smoothly. People will pick things up. But a lot of what they were talking about is stuff that you're supposed to plan at the outset. And they're just, it's like how they were talking about building quests. We have a basic nut of an idea, and then we just start throwing this mud and crap around the nut as we go because what we were doing before didn't work. It's like, bonk, we hit a problem. Okay, create a solution. Bonk, we hit a problem. Create a solution. No, these have already been figured out by people who wrote fucking textbooks.
Yeah.
This is the fucking copium defense that people had for the Epic Game Store, right? Oh, Steam had the same problems when it first came out, and it's like, yeah, and Steam solved those problems because it was the pioneer, it was the pathfinder in this field. Did you not look at what they did in the slightest, you fucking idiots?
This just goes more to the theory that nobody actually knows what the hell they're doing. They just know people who get them jobs.
Yeah.
I mean, that has been a criticism, long-standing, not just recent, but long-standing with the games industry. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Like, that has been a criticism of the games long before we got into the fucking disaster spiral we're in now.
Well, once upon a time, a successful game company had to have their shit together because if they didn't, there was no Slack. It would just, their project would fall through because if they didn't get it right to begin with, there was no second chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, how we got to Starfield is becoming a lot more clear with all this. Like,
Yeah,
holy
absolutely.
fuck.
And apparently, Bethesda is way more of a train wreck disaster than we even hypothesized. Jesus.
Yeah, this is coming across as, like, a group of chickens running around with their heads cut off, and no one there to fucking, like, control them. Or keep them in line, or fucking whatever. Like, oh yeah, we decided to put one guy to do this massive area and this massive quest. It's like, are you for fucking real?
I have this horrible mental image where I could go ahead and apply for the job of lead design management and just walk in and they're like, okay, what do you bring to the team? And I thump a book down on the table from 20 years ago from college. Say, that, I've read it.
I mean, that would give you more qualifications.
It has entire directions for what you're trying to do and not doing here.
Yeah.
This ended up requiring us to have D focus on the quest elements to get those finished up, while we brought in outside level designer help to finish up the location elements. The end results of Far Harbor after we had shipped were that Will and I got to work together and lead a project, which was really awesome. The criticism on Far Harbor was mostly positive, which was really satisfying to hear and kind of read on the internet and places and hear from people, really. Our biggest sore spot were the puzzles and us not properly telegraphing to the player which ones were kind of mandatory, which were optional.
I don't think not knowing which ones were optional is the problem with those puzzles, based on what I've heard.
Why nobody on the audience diss them? It's because this is the game developers conference. This is one of those, if somebody in the audience speaks up, somebody's going to know a guy that could fuck that person over. That's why you're not going to have the audience's like participation unless they are directly called upon. Because there was actually a GDC where Space Station 13 got mentioned in this, because their whole model for Space Station 13 is not developer focused, it's community focused, and the community is what pushes and drives the development of the game. And they were trying to explain how that works with GitHub integration and everything like that, with pull requests and all that stuff. And so they actually got a little bit of audience participation to ask questions and to like just answer basic things like, anybody here heard of Space Station 13? Anybody here heard of GitHub? You know, so on and so forth. Kind of trying to measure the general audience knowledge on these areas. For the most part, GDC stuff, you're not going to have a lot of audience like cheering, clapping, calling out at all, because they don't want to again, this is all their peers in the same industry that they're struggling in right now.
Yeah, blacklisting is a real thing. Also, I wanted to cover this one bit here. He's saying puzzles are a sore spot, but the only thing he talks about it is, well, they overstayed their welcome. That's all his real takeaway is. But the complaints about it were this doesn't actually serve the story. It's make work, and it doesn't fit the aesthetic. None of those are things he addressed.
Yeah.
Like seriously, why do you need tower defense in this?
Yeah. I'm just thinking on this. It might be worth doing a standalone video talking about this.
Yeah.
Similar to how I broke down ML speech in the Fallout 4 video, then upload that as its own thing. This... I think I want to do a video covering this.
Like a whole ass video on Bethesda and its organizational problems?
No, on this.
Or just on Far Harbor?
On this presentation.
No. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because, like, in a lot of ways, it just feels like the fucking curtain has been pulled back with, like, there's so many suspicions I've had, and hearing a lot of them and worse get confirmed is like, oh no.
Yeah.
This genuinely explains so much.
Yep, absolutely.
It's kind of the same revelations as when email started talking about what conference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very
was
similar. I mean, I still have more respect for these two than ML. Kind of.
They put in the work. The real problem here is that these guys didn't really have experience or they weren't given proper direction either. They were basically thrown in and left to figure it out for themselves, and they mostly did.
Well, and not just that, but remember, they were also browbeaten by people for, you should listen to me for my veterancy and experience. Now they niced it up and said, like, we should take advantage of their experience and veterancy in this field, but that's not what happened. The older people in the company did come over and loom over you and try to take over the project from you. You just didn't recognize that at the time. That's why we got from the haunted house of fun into the disaster that turned into.
Yeah.
I like how chat is like, new Creetosis video coming 2026. My favorite YouTuber, Creetosis, uploaded after 3 years. I've done several videos this year. There's the Never Knows Best response, there's the Starfield review, there was the Master video, there's the Doctor Who video, which I just recently re-uploaded. That's 4 videos, not counting the reactions to the Fallout show. But the breakdown of the Fallout show is going to be coming this year. This has been a busy year for videos for me.
Yeah.
Next stream highlight in 2077. Look, those are dozens of hours of stream to pour through for like 2-minute clips to put together. I do want to do more, I just have not had time for them with everything else going on.
Master Ficus says, what are your qualifications? I know how to read. Shockingly, I was just listening to an RPG horror story where a guy joined a dungeon group that was getting started, and the things were going crazy everywhere. The dungeon master didn't know what he was talking about, didn't know what he was doing. He brought his girlfriend in as the big bad evil guy, so the BBEG. And it turns out the dungeon master did not have the capability to read. He was genuinely illiterate. Oh my god. That's just a fucking disaster on a whole new scale I didn't think was possible in the modern day.
Okay, I need to grab a comment here. Goes on EFAP, says I run a weekly podcast, has 3 episodes after appearance there. So first of all, There's 2 episodes after the appearance there. Second of all, I said we were going on, like, something of a hiatus on that stream where, yeah, it used to be weekly, then it was bi-weekly, and now we're taking a bit of a break because reasons. So they're not going to be that frequent anymore for a while. My memory is bad, but it's not that bad.
Somebody was asking about Fallout London. I got that have been messing with it. And just a couple of quick things I wanted to throw in. One, it's really, really well done so far that I've seen. And 2, it is set in 2237, which is before the events of Fallout 2.
Okay.
So it's got some interesting potential there. I think they chose that year for a reason.
And our level design quests that we took on for this project needed more production buy-in from both sides to be properly scoped. But in the end, our team morale was really high, and we were excited about whatever our next project was going to be.
What was your next project? The answer isn't good either way.
Yeah. Like, it's not going to look good for you, no matter what it was.
The next thing I'm going to talk about is what happens to our collaboration and the way we work when the work starts to get really difficult. So we're moving forward in time here to Fallout 76 now, and the 2 things to keep in mind are...
We're at 4 hours and 15 minutes. What if we call it here before we get into Fallout 76? So
I think that's a good idea.
We'll have that in Starfield next time.
Please have me in here to start for that one because the will not end.
Sure.
Yeah.
Seriously, Fallout 76 is the game that broke me.
How incredible is it that you have an RPG that has no NPCs and people complain about that, and then the moment you put NPCs in the game later to fix that criticism, everyone's like, oh god, go back, please. I didn't know what I had. Take the NPCs away.
$2 from Light of the Twin Lamps. Thank you. Oi, mate, you got a license to criticize Bethesda? Yes. Yes, I do.
Let me take a look at that. It just says I can do what I want.
Anyways, yeah, we'll come back to this because we're at about the halfway mark through the stream too, or not the stream. This panel or presentation, whatever you want to call it. So that's a good point to stop, I think. I know Patrician did 7 hours on this, and if we're running at like similar pace, then we've got another like 3 hours ahead of us, and that's a lot to cover Bethesda in one day. I say that as my stream later might actually be the Starfield research stream. Fucking God kill me now. But yeah, we'll come back to this next time on STAG. I want to say 2 weeks from now. Because, yeah, that's how my work schedule works. So that would be Sunday the 11th of August. Already almost into August now.
I want to try and get this book done before the end of the year. I mean, technically I could say it's finished now, but I don't know. I wanted to keep going.
Don't pull a George.
I'm 255 pages in, baby. We're still going.
Nice.
But anyways, yeah, I might be back with the stream later after I have some dinner, depending on how I'm feeling. I don't know what I'm going to be streaming. It might be more Dark Snowls. It might be more Starfield research stream. It might be something completely different. I have no idea. We'll do this the rest of this video 2 weeks from now. We'll have Calbeck on. Hopefully Pagan will be alive again. Yeah. $2 from Lanterns Glow. Thank you. This is so revealing I'm on the edge of my seat. Yeah, I've definitely learned a lot today looking at this, and I do think it would be worth doing a standalone video going through the information we learn here. Because so much of their design process that I have been questioning for years at this point is making sense. It's like seeing the puzzle pieces fitting into place, you know?
We've opened up the Necronomicon and we've seen things that we were not meant to see, but they're so enlightening.
Anyways, thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah.
Feed the goat, rock the boat.
But...
But